Chapter 1805. Looking at the three big words of Golden Leaf City, Ziqin muttered, "Yi Ming, I have fulfilled my promise to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziqin drew his blade. Swoosh! The bright blade light flew towards the word. Puff! The blade light went straight into the city wall, and the word Yi disappeared. From then on, Golden Leaf City was renamed as Jin City. The powerful Yi family fell in a day. Jin Hong stood in the distance and stared at Jin Qingqing nervously. Jin Qingqing seemed to have sensed it and turned to look at her father. She did not say anything and turned to leave with Ziqin. Ziqin's next battle was Darkness City. This was the home of the Dark Mantle, and the Dark Mantle's Dark Clan was also a big clan. News of what happened in Golden Leaf City had already spread to Darkness City. When they heard that Ziqin's next battle was in Darkness City, it caused a huge commotion. The Dark Mantle's Dark Clan was even more terrified. Speaking of which, the Dark Clan was not as strong as the Yi Clan. If Ziqin could destroy the Yi Clan in a day, he could naturally destroy the Dark Clan as well. But even if they knew in advance, the experts among them did not dare to deliberately escape. They were afraid that Ziqin would kill everyone to vent his anger. Therefore, the higher-ups immediately held a meeting, and the final result was that in order to prevent the entire clan from falling, the Realm Lord left first. As for those above the 5th level, those with high potential left. The rest were waiting in the clan, waiting to be crippled by Ziqin. It could be considered as letting Ziqin vent his anger. However, Ziqin, who was advancing according to the distance, did not expect that he would bring such a big trouble to the Dark Clan. In the entire Darkness City, there were many clans who were ready to make a move. They were waiting to see the Dark Clan's good show, and at the same time, they were waiting to completely crush the Dark Clan. This time, there were even more cultivators gathered at the city gate. Many forces were waiting to see a good show. At the front, other than the city lord of Darkness City, there was also a middle-aged man kneeling. This person was only at the 7th level, and he had been kneeling since the morning. "Second brother, for the sake of the family, I can only wrong you." The City of Darkness, Lord said helplessly, "Big brother, this is all my fault. I can't believe I gave birth to such an unfilial son. Not only did he die, he even implicated the entire family. When Ziqin comes, I will kill myself before the family is destroyed," the middle-aged man said without raising his head. "City Lord, they are here." A domain realm expert appeared in a flash. The City Lord of Darkness nodded. His eyes were filled with pain and despair. This time, the family was in danger. The middle-aged man raised his head. He looked very similar to the Dark Mantle. His eyes were filled with determination. In his line of sight, Ziqin's group of 8 appeared and walked towards him. Seeing the person kneeling in front of them, everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. "So you're Ziqin," said the Dark Mantle's father. "That's right." Ziqin nodded. "You've come for the Dark Mantle." "That's right." "Very well. I'm the Dark Mantle's father. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Your grudge with the Dark Mantle is mainly due to my lack of discipline. Today, I'll use my death as an apology. I hope you can let the family go." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy around the Dark Mantle's father's body surged. This was the prelude to killing himself. Wait. The 7 people behind Ziqin were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is he committing suicide all of a sudden? Boom! Fortunately, Ziqin reacted quickly. He waved his sleeve and released a wave of energy. This wave of energy directly sent the Dark Mantle's father flying. At the same time, the destructive energy forcefully entered the Dark Mantle's body, preventing his death. The Dark Mantle's father's face turned pale. The City Lord beside him also shook his head in despair. Obviously, Ziqin had no intention of letting the family go. In the distance, many people sneered and shook their heads when they saw the Dark family's act of self-sacrifice. Qin wasn't stupid. He's here to exterminate a family. It wouldn't do to let a father die. Qin stepped forward and held the Dark Mantle's father's arm. He asked in confusion, "Senior, what's the meaning of this?" The Dark Mantle's father coughed loudly. His expression was filled with despair. He looked at Qin and said, "You're here for the promise." Qin nodded and said, "You can say that." The Dark Mantle's father closed his eyes and said in despair, "If that's the case, Darkness City will be renamed as Darkness City today." Qin was confused. "Senior, what's the meaning of this?" "The Dark Mantle and I are life and death brothers. This time, we're here to apologize. How can we change Darkness City's name?" Swoosh! The Dark Mantle's father immediately opened his eyes and stared at Qin. "What did you say? What did you just say? What's the relationship between you and my unfilial son?" "Life and death brothers. The Dark Mantle is my life and death brother. This time we're here to apologize." Qin repeated again. He still didn't understand the situation. "You're not lying. Senior, please get up first." "No, I'm not getting up. First, tell me if you're lying to me. You're really not here to destroy my dark family. My unfilial son has no enmity with you." Seeing the Dark Mantle's father's appearance, Qin finally reacted. He originally came here with a sorrowful heart to apologize, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on here? Changing Darkness City's name to Darkness City. Isn't this idea too wild? "I'm really here to apologize." "Senior, please get up first." "I'm not getting up unless you promise not to kill anyone." Qin was very helpless and also felt very hurt. If the Dark Mantle spirit was in heaven and saw this scene, he probably wouldn't recognize him as a brother. He could only say to the people in the distance, "Is your city lord here?" I am the city lord." Behind Qin, the city lord's cautious voice sounded. "You're the city lord? Then this is your idea. Call Uncle up first." Qin looked at the city lord and said, "Uncle." The city lord was startled. After considering Qin's expression and the stunned expressions of his companions, he clearly felt that he had misunderstood. He immediately said, "Second brother, get up first. What's a big man like you doing kneeling on the ground and crying?" "You are." Qin used a respectful tone. "I'm his big brother, and also the uncle of the Dark Mantle." The city lord said respectfully, "Qin greets uncle. I'm a life and death brother of the Dark Mantle." Afraid that the other party wouldn't believe him, Qin hurriedly waved his hand to signal Manshur and the others to come over. He introduced, "This is Xindao. This is the fortune teller. Manshur, Wu Xia, Jin Qingqing, Shangguanhong Dongqing." "Greetings, uncle, greetings, uncle." The few of them immediately bowed. Facing this kind of situation, it was obviously not fake. If they were really enemies, they wouldn't act like this. The two of them finally relaxed. The crowd in the distance looked at this scene in a daze. It seemed that the script didn't develop according to their expectations. Qin didn't come to change the name of Dark City. He came to apologize. As for the Dark family, it was purely a false alarm. The entire Dark family suffered the feeling of going from hell to heaven. After hearing the story of the Dark Mantle, the father of the Dark Mantle said, "There shouldn't be any problems with my usual teaching of that stinking brat. He really gave us a fright just now." That's right, that's right. They were afraid that you, Qin, would make our Darkness City change its name. The experts of the clan have already left. Otherwise, they would have come out to receive you. The City Lord of Darkness also said. Qin touched his nose and said in astonishment, "Am I that scary?" "It's more than scary. The Yi family of Golden Leaf City has been passed down for more than 100,000 years. However, they were still wiped out by the 8 of you. Now, in the entire 108 cities, other than Huping City, I'm afraid that more than 90% of the cities don't want to see your arrival." This was the truth. because no one could guarantee that Zichun was here to apologize or to change the name of the city. After a false alarm, those experts who had left returned one after another. Among them, a few realm lords appeared. After hearing that Zichun and the Dark Mantle were life and death brothers, they immediately expressed that they would bury the Dark Mantle in their family's cemetery. Because of the Void Realm, Zichun purposely stayed in Dark City for a day to attend a party. After that, he considered his current influence. During the party, he said that the next place he would go to would be the Sixth City. At the same time, he also expressed that the city was also a life and death brother of his. On the second day, when Zichun and the others were preparing to leave, Zichun found a chance to be alone with the Dark Mantle's father. He took out the Emperor weapon and Emperor armor and said, "Uncle, I didn't bring the Dark Mantle back. These are the things that I promised the Dark Mantle back then. 1 Emperor weapon and 1 Emperor armor. I hope that Uncle can keep them." The Dark Mantle's father was of course stunned. He subconsciously wanted to refuse because the items were too precious. "Uncle, don't be in a hurry to refuse. We all have these items." Moreover, they were promised to the Dark Mantle back then. To me, no matter how good the weapon is, it can't be compared to my brother's life. At the same time, keeping these items in the Dark Clan can be considered as a kind of foundation. Perhaps in a time of crisis, it can resolve a crisis for the Dark Clan. After leaving behind the weapons, Zichun and the others left. Next, there were 2 more cities that needed to be repaid. Because they had already been divulged earlier, these 2 cities didn't cause any trouble. Zichun sincerely expressed his apologies and then secretly gave away the weapons. These families were also overjoyed because not only did they have the weapons, they also had a relationship with Zichun. One must know that the current Zichun in the entire Shantian prefecture was like the sun at noon. Moreover, there were private rumors that when Zichun broke through to the Realm Lord realm, he would be the next prefecture lord. It was naturally a very fortunate thing to have a good relationship with such an existence. Everything had been settled. Next was the final battle, which was Huping City. Shantian and the others didn't leave. They planned to follow Zichun to Huping City to take a look. They wanted to see the place where Zichun rose to prominence. Zichun naturally didn't have any objections to this. Moreover, everyone had gone through too much killing previously. It was time to relax. All the cities maintained vigilance towards Zichun's arrival. Only Huping City wasn't. Now, there was no need for the people of Huping City to deliberately scout for information. Every day, there would be some forces coming to express their goodwill and at the same time provide Zichun's whereabouts. Although Huping City couldn't be said to be the strongest city, it was definitely the city with the highest popularity. When they were still 100 miles away from Huping City, Zichun saw the welcoming party. Chapter 1806. The procession in Huping City to welcome Zichun extended over 100 miles. The upper echelons of Hunter's Castle were all present, along with the heads of all the aristocratic families and the city lord of Huping City. The person standing at the head of the procession wasn't the city lord, nor was it the highest manager of the castle, Lord Wu. Instead, it was Ling Xing who had recognized Zichun back then and had been addressed as Elderling by Zichun. As Zichun's reputation grew, Ling Xing's status in Huping City also grew. This time, Zichun's reputation had reached an unprecedented height. He had become a legendary figure in the entire Shantian prefecture. Naturally, Zichun's legendary deeds were discovered by others. During this period, there was the matter of Zichun spending a lot of resources to break through to the emptiness realm. Ling Xing had fully supported Zichun in that matter and had even gotten into an argument with some of the upper echelons. Although this matter had passed for a long time and the unhappiness from back then no longer existed, bringing it up again made Ling Xing's status and reputation even higher. Without Ling Xing, Huping City wouldn't be where it was today. Now that Zichun had returned, Ling Xing stood at the head of the procession. After him were Shangguan Hong's parents and the other upper echelons of Hunter's castle. Comparatively speaking, City Lord Mu Feng's position was a little behind. A few days ago, the cultivators in Huping City had formed a 100-mile procession. During this period, all sorts of discussions had been heard. Zi Chen's deeds were clearly recorded in the Zi Chen Pavilion, so everyone could remember everything by heart. When Lord Zi Chen was in the Domain Prefecture, he was the leader of Shantian Dao and the others. Back then, Lord Zi Chen displayed unparalleled battle strength. That's right. This time, Lord Zi Chen saved the entire Huping City. Now he can already kill a Sector Lord. That's right. Sector Lord. Huping City still doesn't have a Sector Lord. I didn't expect Lord Zi Chen to be able to kill a Sector Lord. The crowd continued to discuss, and the atmosphere was very lively. Lord Zi Chen has returned. With a loud shout, Zi Chen and the others appeared in his line of sight. Looking at the young man in the lead, the crowd burst into cheers. Zi Chen, Zi Chen, Zi Chen, Wu Xia, Wu Xia. After a round of cheers, Man Shi and the others followed. Clearly, not only was Zi Chen a legend, but Man Shi, Wu Xia, and the others were also legends. Zi Chen was very surprised by the enthusiasm of the cultivators of Huping City. Zi Chen, welcome back. Ling Xing and the others walked forward. Elder Ling, Zi Chen smiled. Then, Zi Chen greeted these people. As for Shang Guanhong, she threw herself into her mother's arms. Uncle! Zi Chen called out to Shang Guanhong's father when he saw him. Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. You're definitely not a fish in a pond, Shang Guanmingxing said with a smile. After the two parties met, they walked toward the city. Within 100 miles, cheers could be heard. The enthusiasm of the cultivators of Huping City was evident. When they were a few miles away from the city gate, Zi Chen immediately saw the towering statue that towered over the city. He asked in surprise, "What's that?" "When you didn't come out from the manor realm, we thought something had happened to you. So we built the Zi Chen Pavilion to record some of your deeds for future generations to remember," Ling Xing said. Due to the ranking back then, Huping City was now much larger than before. The spirit qi in the city was also very rich. After entering the city, the group walked directly to Hunter's castle. To be honest, this was their home. News of Zi Chen's return spread throughout Huping City. Next, the whole city celebrated. Because of the existence of Zi Chen and the others, Huping City reached an unprecedented height. The whole city celebrated for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zi Chen told them about the things that had happened in the past few years. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, they also heard the various dangers involved. Zi Chen's achievements were partly due to luck, but the dangers he encountered were also the key to his current achievements. During the 3 days of celebration, no one deliberately cultivated. Just as Ling Xing said, it was rare for them to rest. 3 days later, Old Man Shenker stepped onto the teleportation formation as promised. Meng Shi also came with him. After hearing that Meng Shi was a realm lord, Hunter's castle welcomed him with the highest standards. This could be considered the first realm lord to come to Huping City in several tens of thousands of years. Through Old Man Shenker, Zi Chen learned about the commotion in the Imperial Sky region. After hearing that the Wang family had been completely destroyed, he was also very surprised. The game was indeed a game. It directly involved many forces. However, Zi Chen didn't comment on those forces. They belonged to the side that won the game. When those forces destroyed the Wang family, they raised the banner of destroying all families related to the foreign races. Therefore, once they lost, not only would those forces be indifferent, they would probably even come to congratulate them. Zi Chen arranged for Old Man Shenker to stay in Huping City. At the very least, his safety could be guaranteed here. There wouldn't be so many schemes. After staying in the city with Old Man Shenker for another 5 days, Zi Chen and the others left Huping City and went to Tiger God Mountain. That was also the last stop of their trip. They were going to see Wushuang. When they came to the dense forest again, they couldn't help but sigh. Back then, in order to prepare for entering the Manor Realm, they came here to capture many battle beasts with high-level bloodlines. At that time, Zichen and the others were very proud, thinking that they were lucky enough. However, they didn't know that all their actions were under the supervision of Huping City. They flew over the dense forest. Everywhere they passed, all the battle beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, looking very frightened. After passing through the dense forest, the group saw a magnificent mountain. The peak of the mountain reached straight into the sky and into the clouds, towering and majestic. This was Tiger God Mountain. At first glance, it made people feel reverence. At the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain, there were many buildings. Figures flashed on the mountain path. To be precise, these weren't people, but battle beasts in human form. Tiger God Mountain had contributed a lot to the encirclement of the Zhou family this time. Even 2 high-level life forms had died in battle. Zichen and the others stood in the air and looked at the magnificent Tiger God Mountain. Before they could announce their names, someone flew over and said respectfully, "Are you Lord Zichen?" "That's me," said Zichen. "The clan leader invites you. Please follow me." Tiger God Mountain was a force and a large clan. The clan leader was a white tiger that had lived for countless years. He had once appeared in the sky above the Zhou family, just as Tiger Head alone filled the sky, because they had participated in the battle. When they returned to Shantian Prefecture, they heard about what had happened there. Therefore, these high-level life forms on Tiger God Mountain were very familiar with Zichen's deeds. Knowing that Zichen had arrived, many battle beasts also appeared and curiously sized up Zichen. He must be here to see Big Sister Wushuang. Yes, I heard that Big Sister and Zichen had a marriage contract. How is that possible? During the process of climbing the mountain, discussions rang out one after another. Hearing the 2 words marriage contract, Zichen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was just a joke by the elders of Tiger God Mountain. He didn't expect that Wushuang would bear a grudge against him. This was told to him by the wolf cub. Unfortunately, the wolf cub died in the last battle in the Netherworld realm. At the peak of Tiger God Mountain, Zichen met the clan leader of Tiger God Mountain. This was a middle-aged man whose vitality was at its peak. When he saw Zichen and the others, he had a gentle smile on his face. "This time you have done well." His gaze swept across the few of them, full of admiration. He was talking about the matter of Shantian Prefecture. "Thank you for the praise, Senior," Zichen said politely. This clan leader was an existence of the empty realm at the weakest. Coupled with the potential of a higher life form, his battle strength should be comparable to Tang Nua. "You are all heroes of Shantian Prefecture now. How come you have time to come to my Tiger God Mountain?" The White Tiger clan leader joked. "We are here to see Wushuang. How is she recently?" Zichen asked. Looking at Zichen meaningfully, the White Tiger clan leader smiled and said, "In this Tiger God Mountain, only others are not good. There is no such thing as this little grandaunt. Unfortunately, she has fallen into a deep sleep, so I'm afraid you won't be able to see her." Deep sleep. When a higher life form reaches adulthood, they will fall into a deep sleep. When she wakes up naturally, she will be in Emperor Realm. This was the advantage of a higher life form. Many humans risked their lives in order to become a sector lord. Some could not break through in their entire lives. However, a higher life form only needed to sleep to break through naturally. Not seeing Wushuang, everyone was a little disappointed. Moreover, Wushuang's sleep time was uncertain. Everyone could only bid farewell and leave. When they returned to Huping City, it was time to part ways. Because next, everyone needed to go into seclusion to break through to Sector Lord. Shantian Dao Jin Qingcheng and Fortune Teller stepped into the teleportation formation and left, returning to their respective cities. When they next met, everyone had already become sector lords. We should also go into seclusion to become sector lords. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Wu Xie seemed to be a little impatient. Although the difference between realm force and realm force is only one word, the difference in quality is too great. We need to go into seclusion. Man sure said. Zichen nodded and said, everyone should go into seclusion to break through as soon as possible. That's right. After breaking through, we will go out and explore. Man sure laughed loudly. After returning, Man sure and Wu Xie went into seclusion one after another. Shangguan Hong returned to Shangguan clan. Dong Qing was the same as Zichen. They were homeless and stayed in Hunter's castle to go into seclusion. The four of them went into seclusion one after another, leaving only Zichen. Zichen, who originally wanted to go into seclusion, did not have the slightest intention of going into seclusion. In these 3 days, he tidied up the things on him. Some of the things that he did not use before were left in Hunter's castle for future generations. At the same time, he also left behind a few dragon weapons and rainbow weapons, as well as many other resources. You are leaving? Ling Xing saw Zichen's action and couldn't help but ask. I am going to find a friend from Sky Marshall Continent. Zichen said. Then you are not going to come back. After I find everyone, I will come back. But as for how long it will take, I am not too sure. Ling Xing did not urge Zichen to stay. He had some understanding of Zichen's situation and knew that Zichen was worried about the safety of his friends. Now that Huping City had stabilized, as long as Zichen was alive, Huping City would be fine. Moreover, there was still Manshur and the other three overseeing Huping City. Zichen stepped into the teleportation formation and left. He thought that he was very secretive and no one would be able to see through his thoughts. But in the distance, there were 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, watching him leave. Chapter 1807. Looking at the departing Zichen, a cultured and refined young woman stroked Shang Guanhong's hair and said, You really don't want to go? Shang Guanhong was silent, her eyes full of hesitation and struggle. Happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. That silly boy doesn't understand now, but one day he will. Shang Guanmingxing said, As long as you are happy, we will be happy. Zichen thought that there was nothing abnormal about his behavior. But how could he escape the perception of this attentive woman? His heart already belongs to someone else. If I insist on following him, I will only make things difficult for him. Moreover, this time he is going to find his lover. Looking at her parents, Shang Guanhong's hesitation disappeared, and a smile reappeared on her face. There are many kinds of happiness in this world. He is looking for his happiness, and I will silently bless him. And I have parents, so I will also be happy. Shang Guanhong leaned into her mother's embrace, tears falling down. Just as Zichen had made his choice, she had also made her choice. Let's go. Shang Guanmingxing sighed, but didn't say anything else. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave and return to their clan, another person appeared in the distance. This person wore a black robe, and his entire body was wrapped in the black robe, making it impossible to see his appearance. But Shang Guanhong recognized at a glance that it was Dong Qing, because the 2 of them were really too familiar with each other. Wrapped in the black robe, she directly walked towards the teleportation formation. It seems that she has also made her choice. Shang Guanhong turned back and walked towards her clan. Everyone had the right to make a choice, just like her choosing to give up and bless. Even with her personality, she knew that Dong Qing's choice was not to pursue happiness, but to silently protect. She was willing to always protect him, to always be his follower. The teleportation formation directly sent Zichen to Shantian City, the only place that had a teleportation formation to Shantian Prefecture. Lord Zichen. The cultivator guarding the teleportation formation was also stunned when he saw Zichen. Have you come to find young Master Tiandao? Zichen shook his head and said, No, I want to go to Shantian Prefecture. Yes, sir. Please follow me. The guard led Zichen to another teleportation array. Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared. A moment later, the teleportation formation lit up again, and a black-robed man walked out. This was the second person from Huping City to be directly teleported here today. Send me to Shantian Prefecture. A clear and cold voice rang out. The guard nodded and didn't say anything else. He directly led Dongqing into the teleportation array. Not everyone could casually use the transmission array to enter Shantian Prefecture, but the people of Huping City were not restricted. After arriving at Shantian Prefecture, Zichen went straight to the prefecture master's mansion. He was going to look for Tang Nuo. You came looking for me so quickly. Could it be that you've already guessed that I would pass on the position of manor head to you? Tang Nuo teased as soon as they met. Pardon my rudeness, mansion master. This time, Zichen is here to consult you on a few matters. What is it? It's about teleportation between different regions. Next, Zichen would be crossing an entire continent. During this time, he would need to use many transmission arrays. The transmission arrays of Shantian Prefecture and Imperial Sky region would be open to him for free, but that might not be the case for other regions. Furthermore, Zichen couldn't rely on brute force to fight his way through one by one. In that case, Zichen would only die faster. You're leaving? Tang Nuo was stunned. Zichen nodded. I have to leave. I was planning to pass on the position of manor head to you after I'm done with the matters here. My friends from Tianwu continent are in other regions. I'm going to meet them. Seeing that Zichen was determined to leave, Tang Nuo was a little disappointed. However, he didn't stop Zichen. Instead, he took out a small pouch and gave it to him. What's this? Zichen took the pouch and asked curiously. World Emperor Stone, a rare crystal that contains world energy. It's an essential item for a world lord's cultivation. It's also the common currency between world lords. Its value is slightly lower than emperor rank materials. Zichen released his spiritual sense. As expected, he sensed a dense amount of world energy. However, this world energy wasn't pure and was very heterogeneous. Compared to the world energy in his world, the quality was much worse. As his spiritual sense swept through, Zichen discovered that there were a total of 10,000 pieces inside. This is equivalent to the value of an emperor weapon. Consider it as your compensation. As for the emperor weapons from last time, they're currently in use. You can't take them away. This was clearly Tang Nuo's compensation. Zichen didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. You've already become a world lord. You have to be careful when you go out to train. Remember, it's best not to kill anyone in the same realm as you. Tang Nuo warned. Why? Zichen was puzzled. A world lord is different from a domain realm expert. After their death, their world realm will automatically hide in space. No one can obtain the wealth inside. If you kill someone, you won't get anything. However, if you don't kill, you can still obtain the maximum amount of resources. Of course, if it's a life and death grudge, you'll be killed without mercy. Zichen was deeply aware of this. Back then, he had killed Wang Yuanshan, a small perfection and a great perfection expert in his own domain. However, Zichen hadn't been able to sense the other party's world. At that time, he had been very puzzled, but he hadn't expected this to be the reason. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. It's good to go out and explore. The War Marshal continent has 9 continents. If we were to divide them according to ranking, we're only the 9th continent. Compared to the other continents, we don't have a lot of resources. Zichen bade farewell to Tang Nuo. After leaving the mansion, he walked towards the teleportation array. This time he was going straight to the Imperial Sky region. Next, he would be going through a series of large-scale teleportations. Not long after Zichen's figure disappeared, Dongqing, who was covered in a black robe, also stepped into the teleportation array. Although Dongqing wasn't as famous as Zichen, it wasn't a problem for him to borrow the teleportation array. Zichen, who came to the Imperial Sky region, didn't cause too much of a commotion. Zichen was very famous in the Shantian prefecture and the same in the battlefield of despair. However, in the Imperial Sky region, he was nothing. Even though they had heard some rumors during this period of time, they did not recognize Zichen. Zichen's first stop was to find Meng Shi. Obviously, he was going to discuss the teleportation array. You're going to the Azure Sky region. Meng Shi looked at Zichen. Yes. Zichen said, crossing a region. The cost isn't low. Meng Shi frowned. A World Emperor stone appeared in Zichen's hand. He said, is it enough? Meng Shi's eyes lit up. He said, one World Emperor stone is naturally enough. However, for the sake of you and Schenker, I'll help you for free. Then I'll have to trouble you. Zichen said indifferently. He didn't dislike Meng Shi. It was just that he didn't have a good impression of him like before. However, this didn't prove that Meng Shi was wrong. He was just better at making profits. This time, Meng Shi personally led Zichen out of the room. Then, they walked towards the center of the city. They went around the teleportation array and entered a courtyard. The courtyard was guarded by 9 layers of domain experts. In the center, there was a sealed teleportation array. This teleportation array leads directly to the Azure Sky region. Boy, when you go to other regions, remember to keep a low profile. Only by keeping a low profile can you live longer. Meng Shi said. Thank you. Zichen stepped into the teleportation array. Seeing Zichen disappear, Meng Shi shook his head and turned around, preparing to go back. However, a black-robed man suddenly blocked his way. A voice sounded, I'm going to the Azure Sky region too. It's you. With Meng Shi's keen perception, he naturally recognized Dongqing. His face was full of surprise. Obviously, he was puzzled by Dongqing's sudden appearance. Logically speaking, shouldn't the two of them leave at the same time? However, after seeing Dongqing's outfit, Meng Shi understood what he meant. He immediately said, Okay, I'll take you there now. However, little girl, I have to tell you that when you go to the Azure Sky region, don't be angry. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with Zichen's footsteps. Got it. Dongqing nodded. He stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. This time, Dongqing and Zichen didn't take much time. Zichen, who had just walked out of the teleportation array, walked less than 100 meters. Behind him, there was another energy fluctuation. This was a one-way teleportation array. It was only used to cross regions. Usually it was rarely used. However, today it was used twice. Puzzled, Zichen released his spiritual thoughts. He was stunned. It's Dongqing. Zichen's face was immediately filled with surprise. Then he was full of doubts. He couldn't understand why Dongqing would come here. He didn't hear that she had friends here. In the perception of his spiritual thoughts, Dongqing stopped after walking 50 meters. She faced Zichen without saying a word. Why are you here? Why are you still dressed like this? Zichen turned around and looked at Dongqing. Dongqing was silent. Zichen, who was very smart, immediately guessed the reason. Dongqing didn't come to find a friend. She came for him. You've been following me all the way. Dongqing nodded and still didn't say anything. You guessed that I was going to leave? Zichen asked again. He thought that his performance was flawless. He didn't expect that Dongqing would still notice it. You might be in danger. One more person means one more portion of strength. Dongqing didn't answer the question. Her tone was calm. Seeing Zichen open his mouth again, Dongqing said in advance, I won't go back. Don't worry too much. I'm just your follower. I always have been. Chen was speechless. Dong Qing's personality was relatively weak. Usually he didn't speak much and rarely had his own ideas. However, it was this kind of person who couldn't change his mind once he had decided on something. Moreover, she had followed them here. Obviously, she had made up her mind. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Chen nodded in the end. I won't. Dong Qing's bright eyes had a smile. Soon, the two walked to another large-scale teleportation array. After paying 2 Realm Emperor Stones, they stepped into the next area. Realm of Shaking Heaven, Realm of Lu Heaven, Realm of Mighty Heaven. During this time, Chen and Dong Qing passed through several large-scale teleportation arrays. The last stop was the Realm of Broken Heaven, which was also the border area of the 9th continent. If they wanted to enter the 8th continent, they could only rely on themselves. This area was relatively prosperous. Because it was the border area, there were many experts here. There were also many caravans here. It was considered an important trading area. There were only 2 ways to enter the 8th continent. One was to follow a large-scale caravan. The other was to follow an adventure team. Of course, there was also a way which was to go alone. However, this situation was rare. Chapter 1808. When they arrived at the Realm of Broken Heaven, the two walked out of the city. Wherever they passed, many cultivators looked at them curiously. There was no other reason than the fact that they were taking the interrealm transportation array. Under normal circumstances, those who took such an array were basically realm lords. Because only realm lords had the Realm Emperor Stones needed for the interrealm transportation array. However, the realm that Chen and Dong Qing displayed was obviously not realm lords. This kind of situation also existed, but it was very special. The Windbreaker team is led by realm lords to the 8th mainland's Mu Tian territory. The Tomahawk team is led by realm lords to the 8th mainland's Chung Tian territory. The Spirit Snake team is led by realm lords. The Tyrant team is led by realm lords. When they arrived outside the city, the two heard a lot of shouting. Apparently, this place was even more lively than the Realm of Broken Heaven. Looking around, there were cultivators of the domain realm everywhere. The weakest among them was at the 7th stage, which was equivalent to the battlefield of despair. Apart from that, the two looked around and saw the silhouettes of realm lords in the crowd. After hearing the shouting around them, Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the border of the 9th mainland, this place is indeed bustling. Other than the people who were shouting to form teams, there were many stalls. Many of the stall owners were realm lords, and the objects of their transactions were either emperor-grade materials or top-grade royal weapons. The chips used were naturally realm emperor stones. Such a scene could not be seen in the imperial sky territory. Moreover, it was relatively difficult to meet a realm lord in the imperial sky territory. The central heaven territory that the monk told Chen before leaving was in the 8th mainland. To reach the central heaven territory, one had to go to any territory in the 8th mainland and take the transportation array to enter the central heaven territory. From the shouting, these teams would arrive at the 2 territories of the 8th mainland. One was the Mutian territory, and the other was the Chung Tian territory. Chen went up to negotiate. You want to go to the Mutian territory? The shouting was interrupted, and the 9th stage realm lord looked at Chen. Yes, 10 realm emperor stones. There are 2 of us. 10 per person, 20 in total. Seeing Chen's hesitant expression, the eyes of the 9th domain realm cultivator flashed. He said, We, the Windbreaker team, are honest and honest. Furthermore, we have a realm lord leading the team. When we cross the border mountain range, we don't have to worry about emperor-level beasts at all. We only need to be on guard against king-level beasts. Chen hesitated. But 20 realm emperor stones is too much. Let me think about it. After speaking, Zi-Chin turned and was about to leave, but that ninth-level Immortal King pulled him back. That ninth-level Immortal King's attitude changed greatly as he spoke. I say, brother, the price is negotiable. My name is Merman. How about this? If there are really 2 of you, I will give you a 20% discount. Each of you will be given 8 World Emperor Stones. You can go and inquire about this price. In a group led by a World Overlord, this price is definitely very good. Naturally, if you aren't afraid of danger, you can join a group led by a World Overlord. Seeing that Zi-Chan was still hesitating, Merman added, I say, brother, our Fengpo's reputation is well known here. Since we've accepted your item, we can definitely guarantee that you'll reach the Mutian territory alive. I wonder how many World Overlords are leading the group? Zi-Chen seemed to have made up his mind as he asked again. 2 World Overlords. All right then. Zi-Chen finally nodded. The reason why he nodded wasn't because he trusted the 2 World Overlords, but because he could kill the 2 of them if there were any unforeseen circumstances. Pay 2 World Emperor Stones first. We'll meet here 3 days later. Merman said directly. Zi-Chen took out 2 World Emperor Stones and gave them to the other party. There were still 3 days left. Zi-Chen found an inn in the city and stayed there. In these 3 days, he was constantly strengthening his world energy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and it was time to depart. Dong Qing had been waiting outside the room for a long time, but she didn't see Zi-Chen coming out. Just as she was about to knock on the door anxiously, the door creaked open, and Zi-Chen walked out of the room. At this moment, Dong Qing could still feel the world energy circulating around Zi-Chen's body. Her face under the black robe had a hint of surprise. You broke through again. Zi-Chen nodded and said, I broke through to the 5th level by luck. It had only been a month since Zi-Chen comprehended the world energy, and he actually reached the 5th level. Even if he could refine the world energy during this time, it shouldn't be so fast. Let's go. When Zi-Chen came out of the city again, the Fengpo's team had been waiting for quite some time. After seeing Zi-Chen, Fei Man said, Brother, you made us wait for a long time. Let's go quickly. At this moment, the entire Fengpo's team was gathered together. There were more than 30 people. Other than the 20 that were at the 9th level, there were 6 World Overlords instead of the 2 that were previously mentioned. At this moment, the World Overlords were looking at the 2 that were late with dissatisfaction. Obviously, they were impatient to make the World Overlords and other realms. Zi-Chen was a little surprised that there were 4 more World Overlords in the team. However, he didn't ask much. Perhaps they were going to the 8th continent together. He immediately took out the remaining 14 World Emperor Stones. When the 6th Sector Lord saw Zi-Chen take out the World Emperor Stone, further faces flashed with a hint of surprise, while the remaining 2's expressions eased up a lot. Even the World Overlords were surprised. Naturally, the other realms' expressions changed even more. And from the changes in their expressions, Zi-Chen knew that he had been cheated by this guy called Feynman. Clearly, not all of them had offered 8 World Emperor Stones. Zi-Chen's guess was right. Among these people, the one that gave the most was only 4. After Fei Man took away the World Emperor Stones, he didn't care about the 2 anymore and gave the World Emperor Stones to one of the World Overlords. Let's go. That World Overlord waved his hand, and the team of more than 30 people left the Broken Heaven domain. Along the way, just as Zi-Chen guessed, the team didn't deliberately rush. Instead, they walked and stopped. When the sky turned dark, the team stopped. During this period of time, some of the World Overlords were chatting while others were cultivating. Among them, many of them were comprehending the power of the outer world and were improving. 5 days later, everyone gradually became familiar with each other, and there were conversations between the 2 realms. I'm Wei-En. Your barbecue skills are not bad. Beside the bonfire, Zi-Chen, who was barbecuing meat, looked up when he heard the voice. A young man was looking at the golden barbecue, he was about to barbecue. Ziqin, this is my friend Dong Qing. Ziqin smiled and said, why don't you sit down and eat? Sure. Wei Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down beside Ziqin and said, Brother Ziqin, you're so lucky to bring your wife along. Under the black robe, Dong Qing's face turned red. Ziqin smiled and said, Brother Wei Yan, you've misunderstood. We're just friends. Dong Qing's identity as a female cultivator couldn't hide from everyone's perception. For the past few days, Dong Qing had been wearing a mask, so no one had seen Dong Qing's face. The golden barbecue was ready to be eaten soon. Ziqin cut a piece and handed it to Wei Yan. How can there be no wine when there's meat? Come, brother Ziqin, come, Dong Qing. Wei Yan's personality was obviously friendly. He took out 2 bottles of wine and handed them to the two. Ziqin took it, but Dong Qing refused, indicating that she didn't know how to drink. It's delicious. Wei Yan put a piece of barbecue in his mouth and looked intoxicated. Ziqin smiled. His barbecue skills were good, but it wasn't as good as this. Obviously, Wei Yan's expression was exaggerated. With wine and meat, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Wei Yan asked, Brother Ziqin, are you going to the Mutian territory to do business? No, I'm going to find a friend. Ziqin shook his head and said, why? Brother Wei Yan, are you going to do business? Wei Yan said, that's right. I've walked this path many times. Ziqin let out a sigh of relief and said, if that's the case, this trip won't be dangerous. Plus, there are 6 sector lords in our team. Unexpectedly, Wei Yan glanced at the 6 sector lords and said mysteriously, that's not necessarily true. Oh, Ziqin was stunned. If there were only 2 sector lords in the wind-breaking team, there wouldn't be any danger. But now that there are 6 of them, it's hard to say. Wei Yan purposely lowered his voice. The more experts there are, the more dangerous it is. Why is that? Ziqin was even more confused. Wei Yan curled his lips and said, it's all because of greed. Do you know how we passed through the border mountain range a few times? Ziqin shook his head. Let's pay the toll. Toll. That's right. In the border mountain range, there are many emperor-level battle beasts. These existences can't be called battle beasts anymore. They're higher-level life forms, true emperors. If a sector lord encounters an emperor of the same level, he can only run away. It's the same for 2 people. Emperors have intelligence, not inferior to sector lords. Thus, both sides came to an agreement. As long as you pass through their territory, you can leave a toll. With a toll, the emperors can't be bothered to kill all the humans, because even if they do, there won't be much to gain. Wei Yan looked at Ziqin and said, now you understand what I mean. Ziqin shook his head and said, I don't understand. Just for some resources, they're willing to take the risk to fight against emperors. There will be casualties in the process of the battle. What are they after? Wei Yan stared at Ziqin in disbelief. No way, you don't even know this common sense. What common sense? The bones and skin of the great emperors can be used to refine great emperors' materials. Great emperors can be exchanged for great emperor stones, and they can be used to refine great emperors' weapons. Each great emperor is like a moving great emperor's stone mine. What? Ziqin's expression changed slightly. It seemed that this was the first time he heard of this. Wei Yan said, not only that, do you know what the most valuable thing on an emperor is? What? A precious bone inscribed with an innate ability. Wei Yan said mysteriously, it said that some emperors are born with a precious bone. It's a powerful emperor-level technique. Once a human obtains it and comprehends it, they can obtain a powerful emperor-level technique. That's the true value of an emperor. Ziqin was shocked. If that was true, then the value of an emperor was too high. He didn't know the value of an emperor-level technique, but he thought that it wouldn't be weaker than an emperor weapon. If that was the case, it would explain why the more sector lords there were, the more danger everyone would be in. Chapter 1809. Not to mention the other realm lords. Even Zichen was moved by Wei Yan's words. An emperor-level beast was equivalent to an emperor-level technique. It sounded very tempting. One must know that Zichen's peak slash was already an emperor-level technique. It increased Zichen's fighting strength by a lot. The difference between having a technique and not having one was like heaven and earth. In the hearts of realm lords, obtaining an emperor-level technique was no less urgent than obtaining an emperor-level weapon. The idea was beautiful, but if it was to be implemented, it was obviously not easy. The strength of humans, after reaching the realm lord realm, would be greatly different from higher life forms. Currently, there were only 2 types of beasts that could become emperors. The first type was the publicly acknowledged powerful existence, higher life forms. Although the second type was called beasts, those that could break through to the emperor level were not ordinary beasts, but mutated existences. These existences were not much weaker than higher life forms. Moreover, they had their own innate divine abilities, which were much more powerful than emperor-level battle skills. Zichen wasn't too sure how strong an emperor was, but he had seen many high-level life forms. Comparing them to cultivators, once an emperor was placed among the human sector lords, they would definitely be the cream of the crop. They would be able to insta-kill those of the same level. Zichen benefited a lot from chatting with Wei Yan. However, from his understanding, it seemed impossible for 6 realm lords to kill an emperor-level beast. 10 days later, the group arrived at the border mountain range. As long as they passed through here, they would reach the 8th continent. On this night, Zichen's realm force broke through to the 6th level. It only took him 10 days to break through to the 5th level. As for Dongqing, she had successfully broken through to the 8th level. Her improvement was the fastest among everyone. Because of Shao Kong's continuous feedback, her realm was also catching up to Shao Kong's. If one of them broke through to the realm lord realm, then the other would be able to break through on her own. The border mountain range was very big, and there were all kinds of beasts everywhere. When Zichen and the others arrived, the soldiers, generals, and spirit beasts all scattered in fear. Only the king-level beasts dared to roar a few words from afar, announcing that this was their territory. However, after sensing the oppressive aura from the crowd, those king-level battle beasts only dared to roar, but did not dare to step forward. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. The group did not encounter any emperors, nor were they attacked by other beasts. Instead, they hunted down a few special king-level beasts for the sake of a sumptuous meal. The wine and meat improved the relationship between Zichen and Wei Yan, and the two became more and more familiar with each other. If we continue on this path, it won't be long before we meet the first emperor. At that time, we will be able to see whether they are going to fight or not. If they want to fight, then we can only run, and run as far as we can. Another night, Wei Yan, who had come to eat meat, said. Zichen handed Wei Yan a piece of barbecued meat and said, "You don't think they can win either?" Wei Yan said, "This has nothing to do with winning or not. Once the two sides start fighting, the energy fluctuations will be too great. Even if it's just the aftermath of the energy, it won't be something that we can withstand." Wei Yan glanced at the group and said, "Many people can see the intentions of those realm lords. When the time comes, there will be many bold fellows who want to benefit from it." Riches and honor were found in danger. Once the two sides fought, there was a possibility that they would perish together. Once that happened, it would naturally be the time for the domain realm cultivators to take advantage of it. After traveling for another 3 days, the group could no longer hear the roars of the beasts. The entire forest seemed to be quiet. "We are in the territory of the emperors," Wei Yan said. Sure enough, on the 4th day, the group felt an extremely oppressive aura. It was the aura of the emperors. On this day, the group seemed to be moving forward carefully. All the domain realm cultivators could not help but look worried. However, Wayan did not seem to care. It was unknown if he often walked this path, but he did not seem to care. These few days, Ziqin had been secretly sizing up the 6 realm lords. He found that their emotions had changed greatly after arriving here. They seemed to be nervous and excited. At this point, Ziqin was even more certain that their real purpose was to kill the emperors. Another day passed, and the group felt that the emperor's pressure was even stronger. In the evening, a pitch-black giant beast appeared in front of them. That's a soul-destroying demonic bear. The moment they saw the giant beast, the crowd cried out in alarm. The soul-destroying demonic bear was huge. It looked like a giant black bear, but it was not a bear. Instead, it was a mutated war beast. Its eyes were as big as lanterns, emitting a bloodthirsty red light, and its body surged with a tyrannical aura. Being stared at by that pair of eyes, everyone's heart palpitated. It was obvious that this was not the first time this team had encountered such a situation. One of the realm lords, who was wearing a top-grade king armor, took a few steps forward and said, "Lord Emperor, we, the Windbreaker team, are borrowing the path." The soul-destroying demonic bear did not speak, but Zhou Baosha restrained his aura. "This time we have more people, so we prepared more realm emperor stones to express our goodwill." The realm lord spoke again, and a cloth bag appeared in his hand. It was obvious that the bag contained realm emperor stones. At the same time, the other 5 realm lords also had a small cloth bag in their hands. The 5 of them followed the previous realm lord and walked toward the soul-destroying demonic bear. World emperor stones were also useful to sovereigns, just like food for them. The soul-wiping demonic bear scanned the small pouches with its spiritual sense and immediately sensed that they were all world emperor stones. Its crimson eyes flashed with satisfaction. The first realm lord came closer, opened the small cloth bag, and poured out the realm emperor stones. There were actually 20 realm emperor stones inside. According to the cheapest realm emperor material, 10 realm emperor stones were equivalent to 2 realm emperor stones. The soul-destroying demonic bear stuck its head out, opened its mouth, and sucked the 20 realm emperor stones into its mouth. Then a crunching sound could be heard as it began to chew on the realm emperor stones. The other 5 followed and opened the small cloth bag one by one, revealing the realm emperor stones inside. The total number of realm emperor stones exceeded 100. Wayan was standing beside Ziqin. At this moment, Ziqin could clearly feel that the other's emotions were fluctuating, and his heartbeat quickened. Ziqin did not know how big the mountain range was, but he knew that there would be more than one Emperor Realm Lord blocking the way. According to what he knew, these Realm Lords only paid for Realm Emperor Stones at most, which added up to 100 Realm Emperor Stones. This was all the team's harvest this time, and it was given to the soul-destroying demonic bear at this moment. What should they do next? If the Realm Lord knew all this, with its intelligence not inferior to a human realm lord, it would definitely be suspicious. Unfortunately, it did not understand. Moreover, in front of the real realm emperor stones, it had completely let down its guard. The soul-destroying demonic bear was even more satisfied with the 5 piles of realm emperor stones. It leaned forward again, lowered its head, and began to devour the realm emperor stones. The first pile of realm emperor stones was devoured, followed by the second, the third, and when the soul-destroying demonic bear started to devour the 4th pile, the 6 realm lords looked at each other. As the 4th pile of realm emperor stones disappeared, the soul-destroying demonic bear started to devour the last pile. Boom! Violent energy surged out of the 6 realm lords without warning, and this energy instantly attacked the soul-destroying demonic bear's mouth, nose, and eyes. This was the soul-destroying demonic bear's biggest weakness, and it was now fully displayed in front of the 6 realm lords. The energy rumbled, and many realm energy attacks exploded on the soul-destroying demonic bear's face. Under such close-range attacks, the soul-destroying demonic bear's huge body was immediately sent flying. At the same time, it roared in pain, and its voice was filled with intense pain and anger, creating a powerful vibration. Caught off guard, more than 10 realm lords coughed up blood, and 2 realm lords fainted. Go! Wei Yan shouted immediately, turned around and ran. Ziqin and Dongqing followed closely behind. When the 3 of them had flown 200 meters away, the soul-destroying demonic bear's roar resounded, shaking the surroundings. Their faces immediately paled, and they sped up again, escaping into the distance in an instant. After running for about 5 miles, Wei Yan jumped up and stood on an ancient tree, looking into the distance. Ziqin and Dongqing followed closely behind, but the forest was dense and they couldn't see anything. But in the next moment, the sound of energy explosions resounded, and one ancient tree after another broke. Soon, an open area appeared in front of them. In the center, the soul-annihilating demon bear's body was filled with berserk energy. It was attacking randomly. Its 2 eyes had been blinded, and its nose and mouth were badly mangled. The 6 realm lords immediately retreated and launched a powerful attack. Roar! The soul-destroying demonic bear roared and charged towards one of the realm lords, its claws piercing through the air, landing on the realm lord's body. Pum! The other party's weapon and battle armor instantly shattered. His entire body flew back, severely injured in one strike. The shattering of 2 peak-quality royal armaments had saved his life. Shwa! Shwa! Just as the soul-destroying demonic bear attacked, several other attacks landed on the realm lord's body. The soul-destroying demonic bear felt the pain, and it turned around to attack again. But because it couldn't see, and the pain affected its spiritual senses, its reaction became slower. In the blink of an eye, its body was covered in wounds and blood spurted out. Ziqin saw this scene from afar and said directly, "If this continues, we won't be able to kill it. Instead, we'll only enrage it. Once it activates its special ability, the 6 realm lords will definitely die." Wei Yan didn't say anything. The latter was staring at the battlefield, and his emotions were changing more and more. A mysterious and powerful energy was awakening in his body. Roar! An earth-shaking roar resounded. The soul-destroying demonic bear was completely enraged, and it activated its soul-destroying ability. A huge beast shadow appeared behind it. Now is the time. Wei Yan's eyes flashed, and a light sword slowly floated in front of him. A powerful energy was hidden within the light sword. Chapter 1810. Wei Yan's abnormal behavior caused Ziqin to reveal a shocked expression. He turned around and looked at Wei Yan beside him. Dongqing looked up with disbelief in his eyes. Ninefold Wei Yan had transformed into a sector, lord of the small perfection realm. His aura surged, forming a wave of pressure that forced Ziqin and Dongqing to retreat. He stood on the treetop, and his small perfection realm aura spread out, causing the space within a few miles to become stifling. The faces of the domain realm cultivators who had stopped in this area were immediately filled with shock. Sector Lord. Some cultivators exclaimed, shocked by Wei Yan's transformation. Wei Yan's identity as Sector Lord was already unexpected. But what attracted Ziqin's attention wasn't Wei Yan's identity, but the lightsaber floating beside him. The lightsaber was 7 feet long, and it looked beautiful and sharp, but that wasn't the point. The point was that the lightsaber was an Emperor weapon. This was the first time Ziqin saw an Emperor weapon from a small perfection realm cultivator. His sharp spiritual could clearly sense that the lightsaber Emperor weapon contained a powerful energy. Wei Yan took in the changes in the expressions of the two. An unfathomable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and in the next moment he shouted in a low voice, Cyan Rainbow Sword Art, using thought to control the sword. Shwa, the radiant sword sovereign weapon, charged forward like a beam of misty light. It moved with a speed faster than lightning. The space seemed to be cut open, and a thin black line extended forward. The speed of the lightsaber Emperor weapon was hard to catch with his eyes and spiritual will. Pooh! With a soft sound, the lightsaber Emperor weapon broke through the soul, destroying demonic bear's powerful defense, piercing through its forehead and coming out from the back of its head. The soul-destroying demonic bear's innate ability was forcefully interrupted, and its huge body shook violently, almost falling down. Seeing this, Wei En's face couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement. Under such circumstances, once the soul-annihilating demonic bear was killed, there was an 80% chance that a precious bone would appear in its body. This attack was too fast and too powerful. Zichen took advantage of the surging aura of Wei En and instinctively retreated with Dongqing. In their eyes, Wei En was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the soul-extinguishing demonic bear. Roar! The soul-annihilating demonic bear was thoroughly enraged as it let out an earth-shaking roar. A ruler's vitality was very strong. Even if the space between its eyebrows was pierced through, it was still alive. However, since it had lost its eyes and its spiritual sense had been shaken, its attacks were messy and all based on its instincts. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and the ancient trees exploded. A terrifying energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, a huge destructive storm appeared and expanded rapidly. The sixth sector lords couldn't dodge in time and were swept in. Kacha! Kacha! Under the force of the storm, the ancient trees were torn apart and were forcefully pulled in. Soon after, the huge tree roots were also swept up by the storm. This was a storm formed by an enraged ruler. Everything that entered it was destroyed. Within the storm, the soul-extinguishing demonic bear's roar could be heard continuously. At the same time, it was accompanied by the cries of the sector lords. Go! Seeing this, Wei En didn't intend to help. Standing on the tree branch, he pointed forward. The Emperor weapon drew an arc in the distance and rushed back into the storm. Shwa! Shwa! The Emperor weapon shuttled back and forth in the storm twice. As the Emperor weapon returned, the expanding storm gradually stopped and finally dissipated. The soul-extinguishing demonic bear's huge figure appeared. In between its eyebrows, there were 3 sword holes. The 3 swords pierced through the space between its eyebrows and extinguished its soul. Of the 6 sector lords that were swept into the storm, fell to the ground. 2 of them had completely lost their vitality. 2 of them were heavily injured. And as for the last 2, although they were still standing, their injuries were not light. Boom! The soul-extinguishing demonic bear's huge body fell. An emperor had died just like that. Go! The light sword sovereign weapon flew back and disappeared in front of Wei En. He shouted and flew toward the battlefield. Ignoring the heavily injured and dead realm lords, he said to the other 2, Hurry up and find out if there are any treasured bones. The 2 realm lords nodded with unconcealable joy in their eyes, not to mention whether there were any treasured bones from killing an emperor. Just the body alone was worth their efforts. If there were any treasured bones, it would be a huge fortune. While the 2 realm lords were dealing with the corpse, the other domain realm cultivators in the distance immediately rushed over. Looking at the huge corpse of the emperor, their eyes were filled with shock. Zichen and Dongqing also came to the battlefield. Intentionally or unintentionally, the 2 of them were slightly further away from Wei En. The sword controlling technique that Wei En had just displayed was truly terrifying. Even an emperor couldn't defend against it, let alone them. The crowd of domain realm experts discussed animatedly as they looked at Wei En with gazes filled with reverence. Get rid of those corpses. Wei En glanced at the corpses on the ground and said indifferently. Wei En, who no longer hid his strength, had a great change in attitude. A few domain realm cultivators walked up to deal with the corpses on the ground. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Treasured bone. Lord, there's a treasured bone. A realm lord reached out his hand and took out a palm-sized bone from the soul-extinguishing demonic bear's corpse. At this moment, he was shaking the bone and shouting excitedly. Rays of light flowed on the bone, and within the rays of light, there seemed to be some kind of rune engraved. An aura that made one's heart palpitate was released from within. It really is a treasured bone. It really is a treasured bone. Wei En's face was also filled with excitement. He strode forward and took the treasured bone in his hand. Lord, we're rich, we're rich. This treasured bone should be worth 10,000. The realm lord said excitedly. Wei En also couldn't hide his excitement. This treasured bone condenses the soul, extinguishing divine ability. If it's sold in the auction house, it'll be worth at least 20,000. What, 20,000? The eyes of the two lightly injured realm lords immediately lit up. At least 20,000. Wei En's eyes flashed as he said, and in my heart its value is immeasurable. Lord, what do you mean? My imperial sword technique, together with the soul-extinguishing divine ability, can unleash great power. Lord, you want to comprehend it yourself. The two realm lords were stunned. What do you think? Wei En looked at the two. But that's not what we said. The two were in a difficult position. I've changed my mind now. Wei En laughed coldly. The imperial sword that had disappeared appeared once again. It turned into a ray of light and started flashing. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Every time the imperial sword flashed, a person's forehead would be pierced. At this moment, all sorts of sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the imperial sword flew a full circle. In this circle, other than Wei En, who was still standing, everyone else had fallen, including the two realm lords. You! The two realm lords who had already fallen to the ground survived. When they saw this scene, they looked at Wei En in disbelief. I must have this thing. Wei En laughed coldly and shot out 2 rays of energy, instantly killing the 2 remaining realm lords. After the battle, Wei En revealed a cold smile. He looked back and said, "You're quite fast." Within the range of the imperial sword, all the cultivators were killed. However, before that, Zichen pulled Dongqing and dodged first. Wei En looked at Zichen and asked with interest, "You've already guessed that I'll kill you." Zichen said indifferently, "Any normal person would choose to kill. Since you've already guessed that I'll kill you, why didn't you run?" "I stayed because I wanted to tell you 2 things. Wei En laughed and asked, "What are they?" "First, even if you don't kill them, they'll still choose to give you their treasured bones unconditionally. One of the reasons is because they can't defeat you. Another reason is that if your battle strength increases, they'll gain more in the future. In fact, they're not that greedy. You just need to give them some benefits. That's what you wanted to tell me. For this, you're willing to sacrifice both of your lives." Wei En laughed and said, "Maybe you're right, but I've already made my choice. Your words are nonsense. You had a chance to run, but you missed it. Now you'll definitely die. As for Dongqing, although I haven't seen her face, I can tell that she's a beauty from her voice. So I won't kill her. She'll serve me in the future." Zichen said calmly, "Actually, you should listen to the second thing. Interesting. Tell me what it is. I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" "If I'm not mistaken, the sword-controlling technique you used earlier should be a kind of Emperor-level technique, right?" "Good eye. My deal is an Emperor-level technique." "What do you want to exchange for it?" While talking, Zichen took out a round ball and said, "There's a yellow-level technique recorded in this ball. It's the real reason why we left our hometown." Wei En was surprised, but then he sneered, "Why do you think I'll make a deal with you instead of killing you and taking it away?" Zichen said calmly, "The deal I'm talking about is a life and death deal. I'll put it here and you and I will fight. Whoever lives will take it away. Of course, the premise is that you have that Emperor-level sword technique. As for that treasure bone, it's still ownerless. It's not yours and it's not mine. It can only belong to a living person. What an interesting life and death transaction. I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. Wei Yin shook his head and laughed again. He gave up on the idea of killing Yi Shiwen and taking the treasure. If the domain realm was prepared, killing Yi Shiwen might not be able to take the treasure away. If the domain realm was deliberately controlled, the domain realm would disappear. Okay, I agree. Wei Yin nodded. Chapter 1811. With an imperial weapon and an imperial-level battle technique, Wei Yin would not be afraid even if a perfect realm cultivator stood in front of him, let alone a mere domain realm cultivator. Moreover, he had never heard of Ziqin in the domain realm. However, he had heard of Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua, both of whom were quite famous in the realm of Broken Heaven. I wonder how we should trade our lives. Should we keep the treasures in our hands? Wei Yin looked at Ziqin and said with a playful smile, "Of course not. Give the treasures to Dongqing and let her keep them," Ziqin said. "That's a good idea. The one who lives will not only get the treasures, but also the beauty." While speaking, Wei Yin threw the treasure bone to Dongqing and the cyan rainbow sword art to Dongqing. Of course, he did not forget to wink at Dongqing. Ziqin handed the lightning ball to Dongqing. After receiving it, Dongqing retreated in a flash. With the cyan rainbow sword art, Wei Yin could kill someone from 1,000 miles away. He was not afraid that Dongqing would run away. Wei Yin looked at Ziqin. The light sword slowly floated in front of him, and the cold tip of the sword was pointed at Ziqin's forehead. Ziqin's heart palpitated. He immediately stood straight with his saber and stared straight ahead. Wei Yin curled his lips and flew forward on his sword. Swoosh! At such a close distance, the sword flashed and appeared in front of Ziqin like a bolt of lightning. Ziqin felt a strong sense of crisis. He immediately pulled out his saber and slashed at Wei Yin. The bright saber light landed on the sword light and exploded with a sonorous sound. The powerful force directly pushed Ziqin back. At this moment, the huge gap in cultivation between Ziqin and Wei Yin was completely revealed. Wei Yin was surprised when he saw Ziqin retreating. He smiled and said, "No wonder you dare to fight with me. It turns out that you have an imperial weapon. A cultivator in the domain realm not only has an imperial battle skill, but also an imperial weapon. Interesting, very interesting." Sheathing his blade, Ziqin stood 200 meters away from Wei Yin, and beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Just now, he had felt a life-and-death crisis. If it weren't for the fact that his saber drawing technique was equally unique, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge the sword. "Let's see how many strikes you can block." Wei Yin sneered, then stepped forward and pointed at Ziqin. This attack was even faster. Ziqin blocked with his saber and dodged to the side. This time, Ziqin didn't have time to draw his saber. His figure appeared from the side. There was a sword wound on Ziqin's cheek. Golden blood dripped from the wound. Interesting, very interesting. Wei Yin smiled again, and the sword light flashed again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lightning wings appeared on Ziqin's back. Light flashed under his feet as he dodged the sword light with the fastest speed in the world. When he couldn't dodge in time, Ziqin would unsheath his saber. Ziqin dodged the sword light. In this battle, Ziqin was in a passive position. He was completely suppressed. The faint smile on Wei Yin's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a look of shock. Ziqin was only in the domain realm, but he had an imperial weapon and could use an imperial battle skill. In addition, his extreme speed movement was no weaker than a yellow battle skill. The sword technique that Wei Yin was so proud of couldn't kill his opponent. After all, he had only used 3 strikes to kill the soul-destroying demonic bear earlier. However, he had used the sword manipulation technique more than 300 times against Ziqin. While he was getting more and more shocked, Ziqin's voice rang out, not bad at all." I must have this sword manipulation technique. You don't deserve it, Wei Yan snorted. Then he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. He immediately turned around and saw another Ziqin standing a few hundred meters away. The other Ziqin was holding a longbow. The bow was filled with the aura of an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon. Another imperial weapon. Wei Yan's pupils shrank as he exclaimed. At this moment, the essence qi in the world surged wildly. The longbow that was fully drawn was released, and the bowstring was shot at Wei Yan. This arrow came with a menacing momentum, and it was filled with killing intent. Wei Yan shouted and immediately used the sword light to block the arrow. Ziqin, who was behind Wei Yan, didn't move. He just stared at Wei Yan in front of him and locked onto the position of the sword light with his spiritual sense. Swoosh! Seeing that the sword light was about to collide with the arrow, Ziqin suddenly pulled out his saber and used the ultimate blade technique. Clang! The light sword collided with the arrow, producing a loud clanging sound. A destructive force spread out in all directions. At the moment when the two collided, the saber light swept past Wei Yan's neck. Ugh! Wei Yan's body shook, and a red line appeared on his neck. The sword light in front of him lost all its power and fell to the ground. He seemed to have used up all his strength to turn around with difficulty. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Ziqin with confusion and shock. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. Long ago, I arranged for a clone to be far away to prevent you from killing me, Ziqin said calmly. Wei Yan's confused eyes flashed with relief. Then the light in his eyes disappeared. His body was still standing, but his head was rolling on the ground. A completion realm cultivator who had an imperial weapon and a powerful imperial weapon died, just like that. Dongqing, who was in the distance, flew over after seeing this scene. There was an obvious smile in her eyes under her black robe. Clearly, she had gained a lot this time. Pack up, let's go, Ziqin ordered, and then went forward to collect the soul-destroying demonic bear's corpse. It would be the best ingredient. Dongqing took away the imperial weapon. Other than that, the group didn't gain anything. This time it was a complete surprise. After leaving the battlefield, the two of them slowed down. Next, the two of them would put all their effort into cultivating. Meeting Wei Yan this time made Ziqin feel a sense of crisis. He could deal with one such existence, but if there were two more, it would be dangerous. After stopping at a relatively secluded mountain forest, the two started to break through to the sector Lord Realm. A month later, the world energy around Dongqing finally reached the limit. As the world energy from the world infused her, a powerful aura of a world overlord gushed out from her body. This aura extended for dozens of li. Within this range, all the beasts crawled on the ground in fear. Following Dongqing's breakthrough, Shao Kong also broke through. Now it had become a true emperor. This breakthrough made Dongqing very happy. With the addition of the world energy, she became a sector lord. Next, she started to comprehend the green rainbow sword art from Wei Yan. As for the treasure bone, it was in a sealed state. When Wei Yan explained the use of the treasure bone, he clearly said that the treasure bone wasn't permanent. The runes within it would slowly fade away. If one didn't comprehend it, it would need to be sealed. When comprehending it, the more people there were, the better. This way, the treasure bone's effect would be maximized. Dongqing comprehended the green rainbow sword art first. As for the treasure bone, she would wait to comprehend it with Ziqin after breaking through. Just as Dongqing was breaking through, Ziqin's world energy had increased to the 7th level. Currently, Ziqin didn't have any bottlenecks to speak of. As long as his realm reached a certain level, he would be able to break through on his own. In his spare time, Ziqin would use the soul-annihilating demonic bear as an ingredient to refine his physical body through the essence of the bear. Time flew by and another month passed. Chen's world energy finally reached the 9th level. From comprehending the world energy until now, Chen only spent a few months. However, he had actually surpassed others thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Chen was preparing to condense the world energy. Dongqing gave up on comprehending the world energy and began to guard Chen. Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, had 9 layers of world energy in his body. This power had reached the limit. Next, he needed to complete a transformation. Waves of destructive energy surged in the world energy and then changed on its own. Just like when a gas reaches a limit, it will turn into a liquid state. With the continuous growth of Chen's world energy, the world energy completely transformed. Buzz. As the world energy trembled, a brand new power appeared in Chen's body. This power was called the world energy. However, the rules contained in it were not the rules of the Zhanmu continent, but the rules of destruction. When the world energy appeared, Chen's body didn't have any obvious changes. Even the energy didn't change much because there was only one world energy. In his body, there was more domain energy, especially Chen's domain world. There was no change at all at this moment. However, it was the power of this realm that allowed Chen's battle prowess to increase by a lot. His perception and speed were also greatly improved. Now, if he were to face Wei Yan again, Chen believed that he wouldn't need to use his clone to kill him. Moreover, with this world energy, the power of Chen's peak slash was also greatly enhanced. This aura full of destruction filled this mountain range. Those battle beasts immediately felt that this aura was incompatible with this world. Deep fear emerged in the hearts of all the battle beasts. In this situation, it was as if they had met their nemesis. Even Dongqing, who was guarding not far away, felt a sense of repulsion in her heart. If she wasn't so familiar with Chen, she might not be able to control the thoughts in her heart and immediately turn around to escape. The current Chen, in the hearts of all the realm lords, was undoubtedly dangerous. 1 world energy was just the beginning. 9 world energy would form the small perfection. 81 world energy would form the great perfection, and then the world transformation. At this moment, Chen had a clear understanding of the realm lord realm. All the changes of the realm lord mainly depended on the perfect transformation of the domain world. Once the entire world was filled with world energy, that would be the true peak of the realm lord realm. At the same time, Chen also clearly sensed the several levels of the realm lord realm. The world energy was only the initial sign of the realm lord realm. The empty realm was only the 2nd level. After the empty realm, there would be the mysterious realm, which was the 3rd level of the realm lord realm. The spiritual realm was the 4th level, which was also the final level. Chapter 1812. Feeling the realm energy in his body, Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Seems like I still have a long way to go before I become a realm lord. Although there was only 1 realm energy, Chen had undoubtedly become a true realm lord. The Thunder King physique left behind by the Thunder King beast could also be cultivated. Within the Thunder King physique, the Thunder King beast had also left behind a Star King fist that was compatible with the Thunder King physique. These 2 techniques, one was the upgraded version of the Thunder King physique, the other was the upgraded version of the Meteor Fist. Emperor-level techniques were the foundation of a realm lord's battle power. Its effect was not any weaker than an Emperor-level weapon. Hence, the more such techniques, the better. After breaking through, Chen began to comprehend the green rainbow sword art with Dongqing. The 2 of them had already witnessed the power of this imperial sword art with their own eyes. As Chen's understanding of the green rainbow sword art increased, he realized that it was a very unique technique. The technique that Wei Yan had used before was only the sword art of thought, which displayed the extreme speed of the sword art. Other than that, it also recorded the sword art of thought, the sword art of thought. This discovery made Zi Qin extremely happy. Obviously, this sword art could be divided into two types. It was definitely a huge gain. However, if one wanted to comprehend the two sword arts, one would need a lot of time without a strong comprehension ability. After becoming a realm lord, the two of them didn't continue to stay in the same place. Instead, they continued to comprehend the sword art, walking and stopping. During this period, Zi-chan was still cultivating the Thunder King physique. During this period, he was also constantly refining the essence of the soul, destroying demonic bear's flesh to increase his physical strength. This kind of cultivation method was very casual. For example, when the two of them came to a beautiful valley, they would stop and breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, they didn't forget to comprehend emperor-level techniques. As for realm energy, the two of them didn't deliberately refine it. However, under the supply of pure realm energy, their realm energy continued to grow. Half a year later, the two of them had a second realm energy in their bodies. Their battle power had doubled. At this speed, the two of them would reach the small perfection realm in just 4.5 years. Compared to the long years of a realm lord, 4.5 years was just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! A stream of light shot towards a huge mountain in front of him, instantly piercing through it. Next, a rumbling sound came from the huge mountain, and it collapsed. The stream of light turned back and transformed into a spear. This was recorded in the Azure Rainbow sword art. Controlling a sword with one's mind. Even if the sword was replaced with a spear, it could still be used. You've improved again. Dong Qing was pleasantly surprised. Zi Qin nodded. The move he had just executed was not any weaker than Wei Yan's. If one were to look at the details, then Zi Chen's understanding of it could be considered to be at the initial stage. These days, Zi Chen seemed to be cultivating alone, but in fact he was comprehending the golden body of Buddha. In addition, the two avatars were not idle either. They were comprehending emperor-level combat skills. At this time, Zi Chen already had 4 realm forces in his body. He was one step closer to lesser perfection. Both of them had reached the state of small success in controlling swords with their minds. Next, it was time to comprehend the soul-extinguishing divine ability in the treasure bone. While being cautious, Zi Qin set up restrictions around the valley. Dong Qing removed the seal on the treasure bone. For a time, the entire valley flashed with a gorgeous light. The runes on the treasure bone also began to flash. Wave after wave of power began to flow away. The two of them looked at each other and sat cross-legged. The treasure bone slowly floated up. Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense and Dong Qing's spiritual sense both probed into it and began to comprehend quietly. Time passed quickly. In the process of comprehending, the realm forces in their bodies were also increasing. To be able to increase without cultivating, and the speed was not slow. It would be shocking if it was spread out. However, the premise was that it was based on a lot of pure realm forces, so it could be explained clearly. If the two of them did not comprehend the technique and took the initiative to cultivate, they would have already broken through to lesser perfection. However, in this way, the two of them might not be stronger than they were now. As time passed, the realm forces in their bodies broke through to 5 realm forces. The treasure bone that was emitting flowing light began to lose a lot of spiritual energy. The runes on it also became unclear. In Zi Chen's sea of consciousness, a huge soul-extinguishing demonic bear appeared. It stood in front of Zi Chen and roared at Zi Chen. Every time it roared, there would be a mysterious power that would fall on his soul, causing it to ripple. Refining the treasure bone was also dangerous. If it was a realm lord who did not have a strong spiritual sense, if he tried to comprehend this divine ability, he would be injured and forced to retreat. In the worst case, he would die. If it was a realm lord facing the roar of the soul-extinguishing demonic bear, his soul would be immediately shattered. On the other hand, Zichen's perfect spiritual senses were able to sense the frequency of the vibrations and comprehend the technique of exerting force. 1. The treasure bone that was floating in the air trembled slightly. The spiritual energy within it dissipated and turned into nothingness. At this point, the treasure bone disappeared. Zichen and Dongqing were still in the state of comprehension. At this moment, the sixth realm force in their bodies had formed. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's body suddenly surged with a special soul force. Following that, a strange wave spread out, forming some kind of destructive power. Zichen opened his eyes. The surging soul power gradually retracted. There was a look of understanding in his eyes as he said, "I see." He finally comprehended the soul extinguishing divine ability. Although it was not as strong as the soul extinguishing demonic bear, it was definitely an incredible emperor-level battle skill. Just as Wei Yan had said, this special ability to destroy the soul, when combined with the imperial sword technique, could unleash the strongest power. Not long after, Dongqing also opened his eyes. There was a look of joy in his eyes. "Success," Zichen said. Dongqing nodded. Zichen said, "Fortunately, we all comprehended it. It seems that Wei Yan's words can't be completely trusted. It was true that the more people comprehended the precious bones, the more benefits everyone would reap. However, this was based on the premise that everyone had comprehended the precious bones. As Zichen continued to refine the bone, he could clearly feel that the speed at which the spirit qi was draining from the bone had become even faster as two strands of spiritual sense were comprehending the bone at the same time. If one person could comprehend at 100%, then the success rate would not exceed 50% if two people were to comprehend it. According to Zichen and Dongqing's comprehension ability, they could barely comprehend it. If there were 3 people, Zichen could guarantee that none of them would succeed. After comprehending it, the 2 of them once again sensed the realm force around them. They also found that the 7th realm force was about to form, which was very surprising. However, what surprised Zichen even more was the thing outside the restriction. At this moment, outside the restriction set by Zichen, there was a black wolf the size of a small mountain. It was a type of shadow wolf. Under normal circumstances, its body wouldn't be so big. Moreover, the aura it emitted showed that it had become an emperor. It was the same as the soul-annihilating demonic bear. It was a mutated species and was currently sleeping on the ground. Zichen lifted his hand to remove the restriction. The 2 of them appeared in the valley and immediately woke up the shadow wolf. The latter raised its head and stared at the 2 of them. There was surprise, cruelty, and violence in its eyes. Zichen looked at the tall shadow wolf and said, "The road ahead is long. It's not bad to take in such amount. Human, what did you say?" The shadow wolf stood up, and its huge body filled the entire entrance of the valley, causing rocks to roll down continuously. It was the emperor of this area. Usually, when humans wanted to pass through here, which one of them wasn't respectful to it? They even took the initiative to leave some realm emperor stones. This time, it felt a very comfortable aura here and directly laid down to rest. It didn't expect that there would be a human sector lord here who dared to speak so rudely. "Become my mount, and I'll spare your life," Zichen said again. He was full of confidence. "Roar!" The shadow wolf roared at Zichen. An energy ripple wreaked havoc in the valley. In an instant, it was as if a huge storm was blowing in the valley. The entire valley was shaking and disintegrating in the storm. At the center of the storm, Zichen and Dongqing stood quietly. No matter how much the surroundings shook, the 2 of them didn't move at all. "My patience is limited." The energy surged and stones flew in the valley. Zichen's cold voice resounded. "Human die." The shadow wolf was infuriated. With a flash of light, its body split into 3. Each of these 3 figures was the real body, but they were also like clones. It was very difficult for people to catch them. Swish! However, Zichen's figure also split into three and rushed toward the three wolf figures. Lightning flashed, and Zichen exploded with a powerful force. He punched the wolf in front of him. At this moment, the three figures moved in unison. Boom! The six paths world force revolved around his body, and powerful lightning energy surged. The three wolf figures were hit and were sent flying. In the process of flying, the three wolf figures merged into one, and the shadow wolf roared at the sky. Swish! Zichin, who also merged into one, had a sheathed saber in his hand. He immediately unsheathed it, and a flash of saber light slashed at the shadow wolf in front of him. The shadow wolf's roar turned into a whimper. Its voice was filled with fear and slowly disappeared. A thin line appeared on its forehead. This thin line almost penetrated its huge body. Pooh! The saber light disappeared. The shadow wolf's body was separated and its vitality dissipated. He killed an emperor with a single slash. Putting away his saber, Dongqing flashed forward and began to deal with the wolf's corpse. Suddenly he exclaimed, a treasure bone has appeared." Hearing this, Zichen rushed forward. After taking the treasure bone from Dongqing's hands, he released his spiritual sense to investigate it. He then said, "This is a technique that increases one's speed. It might even have the effect of creating a clone. Take it and refine it." Whether it was cloning or speed, Zichen didn't lack either. Moreover, these two were powerful divine abilities. Dongqing didn't stand on ceremony. After taking it, he continued to deal with the shadow wolf's corpse. Other than its flesh and blood, everything else on the shadow wolf's body was materials. Once the impurities were removed, they would be emperor-level materials and were very valuable. Chapter 1813. His boundary was steadily improving, and he had comprehended several more combat skills. Next, the two of them would cross the border mountain range. Speaking of which, the two of them had stayed in the mountain range for several years and had not really gone deep. Dongqing had comprehended the shadow wolf's precious bone and obtained a technique from it. It was the shadow clone that the shadow wolf had used earlier. It could attack and protect its life. In the following process, the two of them chose to go in a straight line. As they moved forward without any scruples, they naturally met more and more rulers. Faced with such a situation, these rulers were either tamed or killed in battle. Facts proved that luck did not always accompany Zichen. After killing several rulers in a row, Zichen did not see any precious bones appear. After killing 6 rulers in a row, in addition to the fact that Zichen had once killed a realm lord, his body was emitting a murderous aura. It might be difficult for humans to sense this kind of murderous aura, but those rulers could clearly sense it. In the end, whenever Zichen entered a domain, those rulers would take the initiative to retreat after sensing the murderous aura on Zichen's body. On this day, Zichen arrived at a new territory. Along the way, there were no traces of other war beasts. The one guarding this territory was a sky-devouring wolf. This was a high-level life form that Zichen was very familiar with. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he had interacted with this race. When the latter sensed the murderous aura on Zichen's body, it turned around and ran without saying a word. Swoosh! Normally, when Zichen saw such a situation, he might let it go. This time, Zichen turned into a stream of light and directly caught up with the sky-devouring wolf. "Human, what do you want to do?" The sky-devouring wolf, which was dozens of meters tall, looked at Zichen warily. "Be my mount and take me out of this mountain range," Zichen said. "In your dreams, you're insulting a high-level life form," the sky-devouring wolf said angrily. "Then I have nothing to say." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed up. Lightning flashed around his body as he punched at the sky-devouring wolf. Seeing that the human had taken the initiative to charge at it, the vigilant sky-devouring wolf was surprised. It then extended its claws and slapped at Zichin. In its opinion, even if its attack could not kill the human, it could at least shatter his arm. Bang! The sky-devouring wolf's claw landed heavily on Zichen's fist. But the expected scene did not happen. Not only did the human's arm not shatter, but a huge force came from the human's fist and sent the sky-devouring wolf flying. This human had actually used pure strength to send it flying. This caused shock to appear in the eyes of the sky-devouring wolf. It knew very well how powerful this human was. Swoosh! Zichen dashed forward again, repeatedly punching the devouring sky wolf until it couldn't resist at all. Roar! It raised its head and roared into the sky. Its entire body was bathed in light, and a wave of violent energy poured out. Bang! Zichen punched out, and the sky-devouring wolf was sent flying. The combat strength of the two was not even on the same level. The current Zichen's combat strength was not weaker than that of a human-shaped ruler. During this period, the sky-devouring wolf wanted to escape with its speed. But how could it be faster than the world's fastest speed? Moreover, Zichen seemed to be very measured. If he had not deliberately held back, the sky-devouring wolf would have been killed. Roar! The sky-devouring wolf was furious. A huge beast shadow appeared behind it. The moment Zichen saw the beast shadow, he said coldly, "If you use your innate ability, you'll die next." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick, murderous aura appeared around Zichen. This was not suppressed at all. From this murderous aura, the sky-devouring wolf keenly sensed many existences of the same level. The anger in its heart was gradually replaced by reason. The shadow behind the sky-devouring wolf disappeared. At this moment, it was obvious that the sky-devouring wolf had chosen to retreat. Relatively speaking, pure high-level life forms were much smarter than those mutated rulers. Between life and death, the sky-devouring wolf chose to live. Not bad. Zichen's figure flashed, and he stood on the sky-devouring wolf's back. The latter's body clearly trembled, and it seemed that it was not used to it. "Let's go. Take me to the next ruler that's suitable to be my mount." Dongqing also jumped up, and the two of them headed to the second place. Due to Dongqing's identity as a beast tamer, the second ruler they found was easily tamed. Of course, the sky-devouring wolf also played a part in this. Under the lead of the sky-devouring wolf, the two of them began to pass through the mountain range in a straight line. During this period, they would stop and tame or fight. Time also passed quickly. When they passed through the border mountain range and arrived at the 8th continent, the realm powers in Zichen and Dongqing's bodies had reached 9. With the addition of the realm powers, they had reached the small perfection. Along the way, the sky-devouring wolf went from being humiliated to being convinced, and finally to being completely obedient. This was because Zichen's combat strength was too strong, and the speed at which his cultivation base increased was also very fast. During this period, because he had killed many rulers, the sky-devouring wolf had also devoured the bodies of rulers, causing its strength to increase. The current sky-devouring wolf was almost equivalent to a perfected realm lord. "Master, I found a human team 20 miles away." The sky-devouring wolf's voice sounded. "Let's go and take a look. Remember to hide your aura," Zichen instructed. After arriving at the 8th continent, Zichen did not know what to do next. When he found a human team, he naturally had to go forward and ask. During this period, the sky-devouring wolf became 3 meters tall and completely restrained its realm lord aura. Beside Zichen, the unicorn jade beast had also shrunk to its normal size and retracted its aura. The unicorn was a mount that Dongqing had tamed. Its previous realm was not very high, but along the way, it finally rose to the same realm as Dongqing. Its entire body was snow white without a trace of impurities. When it turned into a human, It was still a cute girl, which made Dongqing very happy. It's just that this girl has some prejudice against Ziqin. Because it was the first time they met, Zi-chan wanted to beat the unicorn into submission, so he directly sent it flying. In front of them was a team of 20 people. Other than the 2 realm lords, the rest were all in the domain realm. At this moment, the other party was setting up a fire to roast meat. The arrival of Ziqin and Dongqing naturally attracted everyone's attention. To be precise, it was the appearance of the 2 rulers that attracted everyone, the sky-devouring wolf and the unicorn. Seeing the mounts under the 2 of them, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Some even exclaimed in low voices. The 2 realm lords immediately stood up and stared at Ziqin and the sky-devouring wolf warily. High-level life forms were indeed terrifying, but the masters on their backs were even more terrifying. Moreover, after the 2 realm lords released their spiritual senses, they could not detect the realms of the 2 people. They could not even detect the realms of these 2 high-level life forms. Under the realm lord's gaze, a domain realm cultivator hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, sirs. May I know what orders you have?" Ziqin's goal was to go straight to this place. Obviously, he was not just passing by. "Where are you from?" Ziqin asked. "Sir, we're from the Chengtian territory. We're hunting war beasts in this area," the domain realm cultivator said respectfully. With a realm lord leading the team, they did not cross the mountain range. Some of them also hunted war beasts for a living. For example, if those half-step rulers were killed, the items on their bodies could also be condensed into emperor-level materials. However, the price was relatively low, but this was also a way to obtain realm emperor stones. Ziqin took out 2 realm emperor stones and threw them to the domain realm cultivator in front of him. He said, "Mark a map to the Chengtian territory for me." After the domain realm cultivator took the realm emperor stones, he hurriedly said, "Sir, it's fine if you want a map, but forget about the realm emperor stones." Ziqin waved his hand and said, "It's fine." The domain realm carefully handed over the map. After Ziqin scanned it with his spiritual senses, he nodded and left. Looking at the 2 people who had disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It's so scary. They didn't release any aura, but I felt an enormous pressure. Even breathing became difficult. Yes, are those 2 war beasts really high-level life forms? I wonder what realms they've reached. It would be fine if they're in the domain realm, but if they're rulers, they'll be too terrifying. To be able to tame an emperor, he would be a famous figure in the Chengtianyu. Everyone discussed animatedly. They did not notice that the 2 realm lords were covered in cold sweat. When they finally left, the sky-devouring wolf glanced at the 2 of them. Its coldness and indifference made people's hearts palpitate. As they moved forward at an extremely fast speed, many cultivators along the way looked at them in surprise. The 2 of them soon arrived at the Chengtian territory. As a border city, this place was also very lively. Realm lords who were preparing to enter the mountain range for an adventure could be seen everywhere. The arrival of Ziqin and Dongqing caused quite a commotion. Everyone present was a powerhouse, so they could naturally see that these 2 existences were truly high-level life forms. Since they could tame high-level life forms, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Ziqin walked directly into the city. "That mount is not bad. I want it." All of a sudden, a voice sounded from not far away. A young man pointed at the sky-devouring wolf under Ziqin and said. Ziqin stopped and turned around to look at the young man. The other party was only in the virtual realm, but the equipment on his body was very gorgeous. The sky-devouring wolf also turned around and glanced at the young man. The young man was about to say something, but his mouth was covered by someone in the next moment. The person smiled apologetically at Ziqin and immediately left the crowd with the young man. In the crowd, the expressions of many cultivators changed when they saw the scene. This was because they recognized that the young man was the heir of a big family. He was usually very domineering, but what surprised them even more was the person beside the heir. Everyone knew that the person had the strength of an initial perfection realm cultivator. However, at this moment, he dared not stop the two of them, even though he risked being disrespectful to his master. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the two of them were. The young man was still whimpering. The initial perfection realm cultivator said with a bitter face, "I say, little ancestor, you have to be honest. Even if your father came personally, he might not be a match for those two people just now." When the young man heard this, he immediately stopped struggling. There was fear in his eyes. Chapter 1814. When the two emperors entered the city, it immediately caused a commotion in Chengtianyu. When ordinary cultivators saw the two emperors, they only dared to guess that they were high-level life forms with unknown realms. However, the sector lords in the city sensed them very clearly. Not only were they high-level life forms, but they were also perfection emperors. To be able to tame perfection emperors, they were naturally not weak. As soon as Zichen and the other entered the city, they attracted the attention of many sector lords. In the dark, there were at least a dozen spiritual senses lingering around them, and the weakest was at perfection emperors. "Greetings, lords. I'm Chengtianyu's city lord. How can I help you?" With a flash of light, a sector lord appeared and spoke politely to the two of them. "Bring me to the interdomain teleportation array." "I'm going to the central sky region," Zichen said lightly. "Lord, please follow me." The sector lord bowed again and led the way. Being received by a sector lord was a treatment only available in the empty realm. Although Zichen didn't have the empty realm, he definitely had the strength of one. After giving 4 realm emperor stones, Zichen arrived at the Mu-Tian region. Then, Zichen crossed domains again until he arrived at the central sky region. The central sky region was the furthest from the Chengtianyu. One was in the east and the other was in the west. They belonged to the other border, close to the 7th continent. Relatively speaking, it was more prosperous, and sector lords could be seen everywhere. Unlike the Shantian prefecture, the core of the central sky region wasn't the 7 prefecture alliance, nor was it the central sky region. It was the central sky city. The Chengtianyu sector lord had specifically told Zichen about this. Tracing back to the past, there was the central sky city, then the central sky prefecture, and finally the central sky region. Just by hearing the name, one would know that the central sky region was dominated by the central sky city. Among them, the Yang family was considered a large family in the central sky city. After appearing, Zichen went to find the teleportation array to the central sky prefecture. When he arrived, Zichen found that there were many sector lords waiting in line for the teleportation array. "Hurry up, hurry up. Hurry up! Why is it so slow to take a teleportation array?" During this period of time, there were constantly sector lords rushing him. They were clearly impatient and anxious. Zichen and Dongqing watched quietly from behind. "Lord Yangluan is here. Make way, all of you!" A shout rang out from afar. Under the escort of 5 world overlords, a perfect circle world overlord appeared. This person was from the Yang clan. Coupled with the fact that he had the strength of a great fulfillment cultivator, his expression was extremely arrogant. Wherever he went, everyone would make way for him. Bringing 2 sovereigns with him was simply too eye-catching. Zichen and Dongqing both put away their mounts and retreated to make way for him. Yang Luan walked past the 2 of them and stepped into the teleportation array without even looking at them. Even Lord Yang Luan is there. Seems like this is going to be interesting. Hee, I wonder who'll get the rewards for the Emperor-level weapons and Emperor-level techniques. Let's go quickly. The discussions of the sector lords could be heard from the crowd again as they stepped into the teleportation array one by one. Whether it was Emperor-level weapons or Emperor-level techniques, Zichen and Dongqing both had a few of them. Moreover, they hadn't studied them thoroughly, so it wasn't strange at all. The two of them didn't seem to care about the discussions of the crowd. After paying the World King stones, the two of them arrived at the Central Sky Palace. However, they were shocked to find that the teleportation array to the Central Sky region was also lined up. Furthermore, the line this time around was even longer than the one before. These people were all going to the Central Sky region. This surprised Zichen. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Central Sky region's core region, it attracted so many sector lords. After a long wait, the two of them arrived at the Central Sky region. Coming out of the teleportation array, the first thing they saw were all sector lords. As soon as these sector lords appeared, they excitedly ran forward. Hung up. Their heads are hanging up. These two demons finally received the punishment they deserved. Let's go take a look. I heard that these two tragic demons had their souls sealed and suffered the pain of 10,000 bites. I wonder if it's true. Cries of alarm rang out one after another as cultivators began to walk out of the city. Flying wasn't allowed in the Central Sky region. The monk was here, but he didn't say where he was, so Zichen couldn't find him. Fortunately, he and Dongqing were also walking out of the city. It was good to watch the show first. Moreover, the monk liked to be lively, so he might be in the crowd right now. Along the way, Zichen found that many people were walking out of the city as if they were fleeing for their lives. It was a spectacular scene. With great difficulty, Zichen finally followed the flow of people to the outskirts of the city. Then he saw two human heads hanging high on the city walls. The heads looked somewhat ferocious and did live up to the name of a demon. The two of them were already dead, but their souls that were about to dissipate were sealed in their bodies. Occasionally, black chi would flash across their faces, but every time it appeared, it would be blocked by a layer of sealing light. As for the two who were already dead, their faces were trembling uncontrollably. Just like what the crowd said, the two of them were indeed suffering the pain of 10,000 bites. They were already dead, but their souls hadn't dissipated and were being tortured. One could see how many heartless things they had done when they were alive. Oomph! These two demons used their status as guests to commit crimes. They committed all kinds of crimes. Luckily, the Yang family is fair and never plays favoritism. That's why they were executed. Pooey! How can such evil people break through to the Sector Lord realm? There's no justice in this world. These evil people are despicable. I didn't expect them to have friends. Otherwise, it wouldn't be their heads hanging here, but their corpses. What? Such evil people have friends? Yes, it's said that like these two demons, he was also a guest of the Yang clan, but he ran away. Listening to the discussions, Zichen gradually understood what happened. Obviously, these two evil people had committed heinous crimes and were killed by the Yang clan. However, their corpses were taken away by a friend, and it was said that the friend wasn't weak. However, Zichen just laughed it off. He had experienced too many things. In this world, many things were built on benefits, especially those big clans. As for the so-called heinous crimes, it might be a conflict of interest. As for why the two Sector Lord demons died, it might be because both sides had a conflict of interest, and the value of their deaths was far greater than their lives. Zichen felt very bored. After releasing his spiritual sense and not finding any traces of the monk, he prepared to enter the city. He was just a passerby. As for the two above, whether they were real demons or died because of benefits, it had nothing to do with Zichen. It's out. The wanted posters are out. Just as the two of them were about to leave, another exclamation rang out. Then the two of them saw a Sector Lord flying up into the sky and pasted a notice below the two heads. This was obviously the wanted poster that everyone was talking about. Zichen glanced at it curiously, and his originally calm face immediately changed. There was a portrait on the wanted poster. Looking at the portrait, who else could it be but the bald monk? Merely at that moment, the bald monk no longer possessed any kindness. His eyes were filled with coldness and fierceness. His face was filled with fierceness. He simply resembled an evil monk. Below it, there was information about the monk. Evil good monk, small completion realm. Colluded with the demons Du Jun and Du Liang. Killed 1386 people of the Miao clan and escaped. Below it was the reward. If the monk was captured, the reward would be an emperor weapon and an emperor-level battle skill. Seeing this scene, Zichen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that this guy would be wanted. Moreover, the reward was so generous. However, compared to the items on the monk, this was nothing. One had to know that the monk not only had the demon subduing pestle that could level up, but also an emperor weapon, dragon saber, and a defensive emperor weapon, dragon armor. Other than that, the golden body of Buddha, the strongest defense, the 6 syllables mantra, and so on were all true sacred arts. Their value was immeasurable. Why is he wanted? Did he really help the bad guys? Dong Qing asked curiously. Zichen heard this and laughed. This guy can do anything, but he definitely won't kill the innocent, let alone annihilate a clan. The dispute is just driven by benefits. Looking at the heads on the city wall, Zichen said indifferently, "It seems that these 2 heads that deliberately sealed the remnant souls were intentionally luring the monk here. So many people are here for the monk. He should be in a very dangerous situation right now. You don't seem to be worried at all." Dong Qing said again, "That guy has been proficient in swindling for thousands of years. It's difficult to catch him and put him in danger. The Yang family must have suffered a great loss this time." Looking at the excited realm lords, Zichen laughed. "These people are at most cannon fodder. No matter how many of them come, they won't be able to threaten the monk. What should we do now? Wait. Since the Yang family has issued a bounty and hung up the heads, it's obvious that the monk has a close relationship with these 2. The monk will definitely come. We just have to wait here." Dong Qing nodded. The surrounding realm lords were still discussing excitedly. At the same time, they were trying to get more information about the monk. "The monk escaped 3 days ago. I heard that he went to the Haas mountain range. We might be able to find him there." Haas mountain range? Isn't that close to the 7th mainland? Could the monk have run to the 7th mainland? Impossible. This time, in order to seek justice for the Miao family, the 7th mainland has been sealed. The monk can't possibly escape. But the Haas mountain range is too big. A person might not be able to cross it in dozens of years. It's easier said than done to find a person. Isn't there a head here? Maybe the monk will come back. Is that possible? There are so many realm lords here. He's just courting death. Just as everyone was discussing, a roar came from the sky. "Damn Jiang family trash, your Lord Zhang is back. This time, your Lord Zhang will definitely cause chaos." Chapter 1815. Tyrant's voice came from the horizon, exploding in the crowd like a clap of thunder. All the sector lords subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the voice. Tyrant appeared in their line of sight. He was wearing a kasaya, and his body was shining with Buddhist light. He looked solemn and dignified, completely different from the image in the portrait. "He's here. Tyrant is here. I didn't expect him to dare to come here. That's the guy. He's worth an emperor weapon and an emperor technique. He doesn't look like much." Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Some of the cultivators were tempted and slowly approached Tyrant. "Everyone, give it your all. No matter if he's dead or alive, there will be rewards. Don't let him take the evil man's head. Attack, quickly kill this evil monk." Exclamations could be heard from the crowd. These were also sector lords. However, they didn't attack after exclamations. Instead, they retreated. Seeing this, Zichen couldn't help but sneer. Obviously, these people were from the Yang clan. They had seen Tyrant's strength before, and now They were using the reward to motivate them. Obviously, they wanted them to die as cannon fodder. After a loud shout, Tyrant began to rush forward. Facing so many sector lords, his face was filled with fearlessness. Along the way, Tyrant didn't change his attitude. He shouted, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die. This time, I'm only here to settle my grudge with the Yang clan. It's everyone's responsibility to eliminate evil people. You evil monk, you're too arrogant and despotic. You even destroyed the Miao clan. You deserve to die. Damn you. Even if I'm not a match for you and die today, I'll still kill you, evil monk, and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Angry voices could be heard from the crowd. Then, one after another, sector lords rushed towards Tyrant. "You're all courting death. Don't blame me." Tyrant's eyes flashed with killing intent. His body surged with even more dazzling Buddhist light. The other sector lords also moved. Rays of energy flashed and attacked Tyrant. The sector lords who attacked were all new sector lords because of some kind of opportunity. Not only did they not have an emperor weapon, but they also didn't know any emperor-level techniques. They came here to seek an opportunity. Even if they couldn't kill Tyrant, as long as they could get the Yang clan's favor, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Roar! A Buddhist voice resounded in the sky, forming a strange force. With the monk as the center, it spread in all directions. Along with the Buddhist voice, all the sector lords were stunned. Many of them were at a loss, as though they had fallen into an illusion. Is that so? Immediately after, the second sound of the mantra rang out. The strange power spread out again, enveloping everyone. Many people began to bleed from the corners of their mouths, and the light in their eyes flickered. Yes, the third note was heard, and it turned into a destructive force that surged forward. Pum, pum, pum. This energy enveloped all the world overlords. Sounds of explosions rang out as the bodies of those world overlords were forcibly blasted apart. Their life force was completely extinguished. Some sector lords exploded, while others coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. Of course, after some of them collapsed, they never stood up again. In an instant, more than 15 sector lords died, and more than 30 were heavily injured. Dong Qing looked ahead in disbelief at the ferocious monk. Before the monk's mantra rang out, a gentle golden energy surged out from Zi Chen's body. This energy enveloped Dong Qing, preventing her from being affected by the mantra. This bastard! When Zi Chen saw this, his expression changed slightly. The current monk's expression was even more ferocious than in the portrait. Furthermore, the technique he displayed was a group killing technique. Similarly, Zi Chen also knew the 3 notes, but he couldn't unleash such power. Good and evil, good and evil. This bastard is using all his evil intents. Furthermore, this evil intents are perfectly combined with the mantra. That's why it's so powerful. Zi Chen also knew the good and evil laws, but he couldn't be compared to the monk. The biggest reason was because the good and evil laws were most suitable for the monk. This was just like how Shang Guanhong comprehended the natural laws. Zi Chen also comprehended it, but under some special circumstances, Shang Guanhong's senses were much sharper than Zi Chen's. This didn't mean that Zi Chen comprehended so many laws, but it was useless. On the contrary, destruction was the most suitable for Zi Chen. Whether it was the natural laws or good and evil, they were all just an extension of the laws. Although Tyrant had only comprehended the law of good and evil, the power he displayed was unimaginably strong. After killing over 10 world overlords, Tyrant rushed forward. At the same time, numerous golden sabers manifested around him. This was the butcher's saber of the Buddhist sect. Usually it symbolized letting go. But now Tyrant, who was displaying his evil side, actually raised a saber. Pooh, 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 pooh. The butcher's knife swept past the heavily injured sector lords, chopping off their heads. Blood spurted out instantly. As for the monk himself, he didn't stop and rushed towards the city gate. The moment the monk appeared, he showed such a strong side. In the eyes of the crowd, he was going to fight to the death with the Yang clan. Moreover, he was an existence that could kill so many sector lords. His battle strength was naturally incomparably strong. But Zichun, who was familiar with the monk, knew that the monk showed such a method because of the two heads above. As for finding trouble with the Yang clan, he wasn't that stupid. Some of the sector lords who didn't get hit subconsciously moved away after seeing this scene. They didn't dare to block the monk's path. Go to hell! The monk's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. His voice was like rolling thunder. Although it wasn't a mantra, it had a great deterrent force. The group of sector lords were frightened and immediately moved away, opening a path to the central sky city for the monk. The monk's eyes flashed with joy. His body turned into golden light and rushed towards the two heads. Wang. Around the two heads, light trembled. The space around them started to distort. Then, the two heads disappeared into thin air. Following that, waves of realm power surged and pressed towards the monk. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the monk cursed inwardly. His figure flashed and directly flew away. Yang clan, you just wait for this, Lord Buddha. After saying that, Tyrant flew into the distance. He didn't hesitate at all. Damn Baldy, stop right there. Since you're here, don't leave. Cold voices sounded one after another. Rays of light shot out from the city, heading straight for the monk. Among these surging auras, the weakest was at the small perfection realm. The strongest was at the great perfection realm, and they were all wielding emperor weapons. A sword light shot towards the monk. The monk relied on his speed to dodge it. His speed increased again, and he disappeared in a flash. Chase! Those who provide clues will be rewarded with 10 world Emperor Stones. The voice of a great perfection realm expert resounded. Zichun happened to see this great perfection realm expert before. It was the Yang clan's great perfection realm expert from the central sky region, Yanglin. The monk's strength made people fearful. None of them dared to find trouble with him. But now that there was a reward for providing clues, the danger was reduced by a lot. They all followed the monk. Looking at the monk's direction, it was obvious that he was going to the Haas mountain range. The crowd chased after the monk, including some 9th-layer domain realm experts who wanted to get the World Emperor Stones. One should know that 10 World Emperor Stones were equivalent to 1 Emperor-grade material. In the blink of an eye, the crowded city became empty, other than some domain realm experts who were searching for things from the dead realm lords. The other realm lords had already left. Zichun and Dongqing didn't leave. They stayed behind. During this time, Zichun looked at the corpses of the realm lords on the ground. Although human realm lords wouldn't leave behind anything valuable when they died, the realm lords themselves were valuable existences. To emperors, human realm lords were the real delicacies that could increase their combat strength. However, Zichun didn't act rashly at this moment because there would be a great battle soon. He knew the monk's character very well. It wasn't like him to just run away like this. They didn't know that while the Yang family was scheming against the monk was also scheming against them. Sure enough, moments later, the hidden head reappeared. It was at this moment that the figure of a cultivator appeared in the distance. This cultivator stuck his head out and looked around. He looked somewhat foolish, and his cultivation base was only at the regional realm. This person seemed to be still in shock. His head was a little dazed, and his footsteps were a little shaky. It was obvious that no one would be able to stay calm after seeing so many experts at once. He walked over and was shocked when he saw the many corpses on the ground. The realm lords were dead, but their aura was still around. Naturally, the domain realm experts would be frightened. He carefully walked around the corpses and prepared to enter the city. Seeing this scene, Zichen almost laughed out loud. As soon as he reached the city gate, his figure flashed and rushed toward the two heads above him. "Monk, we've been waiting for you for a long time." A huge palm print fell from the sky and went straight for the monk who was in the air. This was an emperor-grade technique that surged with a destructive aura. Moreover, the one who launched this attack must be a complete realm expert because the palm print was surrounded by 99 realm forces. Get lost. The monk no longer hid himself. His light of Buddha shone around him as his small completion realm erupted. His body was surrounded by 18 realm forces, 9 more than Zichen. He held his sword and slashed at the palm print. The aura of the imperial weapon spread out. Boom! The sword slashed on the palm print. The palm print dissipated, and the monk's figure fell down. The others around saw that the situation was not good and fled. Boom! The turbulent energy rose again, and several powerful attacks emerged. Each of them was an emperor-grade technique. In addition, there was an attack from an imperial weapon. The light of Buddha shone around the monk as he held up his strongest defense and kept resisting. One by one, complete realm experts appeared. There were 7 of them and surrounded the monk. In addition, there were more than 10 complete realm experts. These were the main force of the Yang family. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the monk knew that his plan had been completely exposed. His figure flashed and fled into the distance. You can't escape. The complete realm experts kept attacking, and the two sides fought fiercely. This time, it was obvious that the monk was being held back. When the Great Perfection attacked, another empty realm cultivator also followed suit. Chapter 1816. The experts had all attacked. The two heads hung high on the city wall. No one cared about them anymore. The Yang family's move was just to restrain the monk. Zichen leapt into the air, easily arriving beside the two heads. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy, easily taking away the two heads. Such a change was out of everyone's expectations. When the other members of the Yang family reacted, Zichen had already landed. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the Yang family's matters?" A cold voice rang out. A sector lord flew out from the city. This was the sector lord who had shouted just now. When he signaled the others to die, he turned and entered the city. Towards such a person, Zichen clearly had no intention of introducing himself. The other party was only a sector lord. Zichen couldn't possibly drag him along. Then, the two of them would sit together and explain in detail the relationship between Zichen and the two heads. What responded to this sector lord was Zichen's fist. The fist shining with lightning landed on the sector lord's body without any warning. The sector lord's face was filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't imagine that in this Yang Tian domain, other than that reckless monk, there would be someone who dared to attack the Yang family. Boom! The fist exploded on the sector lord's body. His body was scattered like the energy of the fist. A single fist exploded. The Yang family's sector lords who were about to step forward were all stunned. "Who are you? Do you know where this is? How dare you behave so atrociously here? How dare you behave atrociously in Yang Tian City? You must be tired of living. I think this person must be the monk's accomplice. We can't let him go." The Yang family of Yang Tian City had a very special position in the Yang Tian domain. Under such a situation, where one family was the strongest, the cultivators of the Yang family naturally had a sense of superiority. Moreover, these people weren't ordinary guests. They were pure members of the Yang family. Because of this, they lacked a sense of safety compared to the other guests. They always felt that the Yang family was the strongest and no one dared to attack them. A person like the monk who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth had only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. "Kill," Zichen said coldly as his gaze swept past these people. Streaks of cyan light shot out from Dongqing's Sea of Knowledge not far away, transforming into cyan swords, which pierced into the sea of knowledge of these people and destroyed their souls. It was too easy for a perfection beast tamer to kill these sector lords. Immediately after, Zi-chan waved his hand, and all the corpses on the ground disappeared. These corpses would become food for the rulers. At the city gate, many domain realm experts poked their heads out and stared at the two figures in shock. That monk from before was able to kill a group of world overlords in an instant. Who would have thought that these two would have such powerful means as well? Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the city. A furious roar resounded through the heavens. You dare to behave atrociously in Central Sky City? You're courting death. A paragon flew out of the city and chased after Zi-chan. Following that, a few lesser perfection earthly sovereigns also made their move. However, by the time he was hundreds of miles away, he had already lost track of the paragon. It was as if the paragon had disappeared into thin air. Because the attack was too fast, the paragon was killed before he could take out his imperial weapon. This also caused Zi-chan to indirectly lose an imperial weapon. However, there were many paragon who were chasing after the monk, so of course there were also many imperial weapons. The first monk that appeared was only a clone. The second one was the real one. Zi-chan followed the aura left behind by the monk and advanced forward to help him out. Along the way, Zi-chan could occasionally see one or two corpses. They were all paragon, and Buddhist power was surging on the wounds of the corpses. Obviously, they were all killed by the monk. Zi-chan was responsible for taking away these corpses. Poof! With a slash, the Buddhist light flashed, and a paragon was cut in half at the waist. The monk smiled sinisterly at the surroundings with a ferocious expression. Beside him, a monk holding a demon-subduing pestle looked solemn and benevolent. The attacks of the paragons were blocked one after another. The two monks, one good and one evil, both appeared. Around them were a group of paragons and paragons. As for a middle-aged man standing in the distance, he was empty realm and was watching the battle coldly. To a major force like the Yang clan, ordinary realm lords were nothing. Perhaps even paragons were nothing. However, paragons were definitely powerful existences. Empty realm was almost the pinnacle of combat power. The death of each great perfection expert was a considerable loss to the Yang clan. Poof! Another paragon was killed. Blood splattered on the monk's face. He was already ferocious and terrifying, but now his expression was even more ferocious. The monk was killing enemies, but his speed was far slower than the speed of the Yang clan's experts. Soon, many paragons and paragons heard the news and rushed over. Good and evil monk surrender. A cold voice sounded. It was Empty Realm's cold voice. Looking at the corpses on the ground, his heart was bleeding. Although the Yang clan was large, the death of each paragon was also a loss to the Yang clan. The higher-ups who made the decision would never have thought that killing a paragon monk would cause such a great loss. Yangtian City, Yangtian clan. A young man at the 9th stage of the domain realm knelt in the hall. His face was expressionless as his body trembled with the occasional cracking sounds in the hall. The cracking sounds came from the black soul tablets above. Each tablet represented a realm lord. The light black ones were paragons. The darker ones were paragons. The dark black ones were paragons. The dark black ones were paragons. The purplish black ones were empty realm lords. In total, there were more than 100 soul tablets. At this moment, there were more than 30 shattered soul tablets. Just a moment ago, another 8 ordinary soul tablets were shattered. The ones who died earlier were all ordinary realm lords. However, those who died later were all paragons. Poof! Another cracking sound was heard. A light black soul tablet shattered. Poof! Poof! Another 2 soul plates that represented the identity of a small perfection stage cultivator shattered. 8. Luo, or 8 paragons have died. In front of the soul tablets stood a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He looked at the shattered soul tablets and said, "Because of your selfishness, we lost 28 realm lords and 8 paragons. This doesn't include the realm lords who came for the bounty." The young man's face was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He said, "Father, please help me. That monk must die. I've warned you many times to think deeply before you do anything. Those 2 brothers are nothing. However, as a domain realm cultivator, don't you know what kind of person Evil Good Monk is? He's the only one who came back from the dragon boat. He's also the number 1 on the king board. Don't you know how dangerous it is for such a person to break through to the realm lord realm?" The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Of course I know. However, I didn't expect that monk to be so unappreciative. He'd rather offend the Yang clan than meddle in other people's business." The young man was unconvinced. "Yang Luo." The middle-aged man turned around and said coldly, "Even now, you still don't understand this logic. Although our surname is Yang, and we're from the Yang clan, we don't represent the entire Yang clan. How dare that monk provoke the entire Yang clan? He's provoking our bloodline. Do you understand? Don't you know how many old fellows are waiting for our bloodline to make a mistake?" The Yang clan had a long history, and there were many branches in the clan. Even 2 brothers in a family would have conflicts, let alone such a huge clan with huge benefits. Yang Luo finally sensed the seriousness of the matter. For the first time, his eyes were filled with fear. The clan had lost many experts. Their bloodline's foundation would be shaken. As for the other branches, not only would they not support them, they might even hit them when they're down. The reason why Yang Luo could do whatever he wanted in Yangtian City was because of his family. However, this was the first time he felt that, even though he was from the Yang clan, he didn't represent the entire Yang clan. "I hope they can kill Evil Good Monk this time. Otherwise, Father's position as the head of the clan, they can. With so many great perfection experts and empty realm, that monk will definitely die." The terrified Yang Luo seemed to have found the source of his confidence. But in the next moment, they heard a crack. It was a soul tablet representing a great perfection expert shattering. Then, one great perfection expert after another shattered. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Yang Luo's face was already pale. Almost all the experts from the Yang clan who went out to plot against the monk were gathered back to block the monk. The battle had stopped here. The monk was surrounded in the middle. Great and great perfection experts were eyeing him covetously, and empty realm could attack at any time. As for the ordinary realm lords, they stood far away to prevent the heavily injured monk from escaping. Looking at the situation, the monk would definitely die. Good and evil monk surrender. Empty realm spoke with a cold voice. Under such circumstances, no one thought that the monk could survive. Even if he had an extraordinary battle technique, he could still fight more than 10 great perfection experts. Even if he couldn't cross realms to destroy empty realm. The monk stood with his blade. His clone dissipated. The ferocious look on his face gradually disappeared. His expression became calm. Even in the face of certain death, he didn't seem to panic. But was that really the case? Of course not. No one could stay calm in the face of death. The monk at the moment just wanted to look less pathetic before someone arrived. In fact, he had cursed that person many times in his heart. Why didn't he come? Why was he so slow? Did he really wait until he was about to die before he came? As soon as he appeared, he sensed that person's aura from the energy aura. Both sides didn't need to communicate at all to know what to do. Surrender? Are you dreaming? As long as I, this monk, am alive, I will kill all of you. At the same time, I will announce all the heinous things you have done to the public. The monk said coldly. Looks like you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 1817. The vibrating sound came from the bowstring. Zichun had appeared out of nowhere, and the divine dragon bow was drawn to a full moon. Boom! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot forward in a straight line, with 9 destructive realm powers circling around it, heading straight for a great perfection. The great perfection sensed it and immediately turned around. When he saw the arrow coming, his pupils shrank and 99 realm powers formed around him. In addition, an imperial weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward, trying to block Zichun's attack. Uft! Zichun, who was already at the small perfection sector Lord realm, had already reached his current limit in terms of speed and attack power. It wasn't something a great perfection sector Lord could withstand. Before the imperial weapon could slash down, the arrow had already arrived in front of the great perfection sector Lord. The 99 layers of defense were too weak in front of the destructive power of the realm and were instantly penetrated. Then the arrow pierced through the great perfection's forehead, completely penetrating his sea of consciousness, and his soul was destroyed. A single arrow had killed a great perfection cultivator. The other great perfection, who sensed the abnormality, looked at the scene in shock, and their faces were full of disbelief. After shooting the arrow, Zichun drew the divine dragon bow again, and the arrow automatically appeared on the bowstring. Essence chi surged in all directions, and another arrow was shot out. Uft! The second great perfection was pierced through the forehead and died. Even if the other party did his best and was prepared in advance, he still could not block Zichun's attack. The other great perfection deities stared at Zichun in shock. Who is it? How dare he attack the Yang clan? How dare he? Kill him. It was an unfamiliar face, and he killed as soon as he appeared, and 2 great perfection realm lords were killed. The Yang clan cultivators reacted and began to rush forward. For a moment, many lesser perfection realm lords and several great perfection realm lords rushed towards Zichun with his bow drawn. The empty realm lord frowned at Zichun, wondering why there was another existence who dared to provoke the Yang clan. Facing these people, Zichun did not move and continued to draw the bow, but this time he aimed at the empty realm lord. Lightning flashed as Zichun pulled the divine dragon bow to the fullest. The energy in the surroundings surged, and the power of the 9 paths world revolved around the dragon-formed arrow. That was Zichun's full-powered arrow. Empty Realm sensed a life and death crisis before the arrow was even fired. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted coldly, "Kill him!" The lesser perfection and great perfection cultivators increased their speed. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, another person appeared beside Zichun. This person wore a black robe and had a sword of light floating in front of him. The aura of a sovereign weapon flowed on the light sword. Cyan rainbow sword art, controlling the sword with one's mind. With a cold glint in his eyes, Dongqing pointed forward. The light sword flew forward at a speed faster than lightning. Beastmaster Dongqing was using the Azure Rainbow Sword Art's sword manipulation with thought, which was much more powerful than Wei Yan's. The light sword instantly swept past the forehead of a lesser perfection cultivator. Dongqing said in a crisp voice, "Soul Destroyer." As soon as he finished speaking, the light sword flashed. The lesser perfection cultivator's body rushed forward for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. He died with one blow. The light sword did not stop. It continued to accelerate forward. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Under the control of spiritual thoughts, the light sword pierced through the forehead of each lesser perfection cultivator. Their own defense could not withstand the attack of a sovereign weapon. At the same time, their souls were directly destroyed by the Soul Destroyer. The sword manipulation technique, combined with the Soul Destroyer, allowed Dongqing to maximize the destructive power of spiritual thoughts. As the lesser perfection cultivators died one after another, Dongqing pointed with one hand again, and the light sword went directly toward the great perfection cultivators. The speed of the light sword's movement was faster than lightning. Zichen, who had extreme speed, was only able to block it. For these great perfection cultivators who were not good at extreme speed, it was very difficult for them to block the attack of Dongqing, who was a lesser perfection cultivator. As for the power of this attack, everyone's defense could not be more terrifying than the soul destroyer demon bear. Pooh, pooh, pooh. During this time, no accidents happened. One by one, the great perfection cultivators were pierced between their eyebrows. Their souls were destroyed and they died. At the same time, Zichen shot an arrow. The arrow carried the power of wind and thunder as it rushed toward the empty realm cultivator. Ha! Empty realm roared and raised his palm to strike. An energy palm print appeared. This palm print was filled with more than 81 realm powers, almost covering the entire palm print. At the same time, the realm forces around him were completely added, turning into a pure light shield of realm forces. It was no longer the so-called 81 realm forces of the great perfection cultivators. Puff! Wherever the arrow passed, the palm print was immediately penetrated. The cold, murderous intent locked onto Empty Realm. At this moment, it was useless to hide. Empty Realm could only rely on defense. Puff! However, the realm force defense in front of the arrow formed by the destructive realm forces did not have any resistance at all. It was immediately penetrated. Clang! At this critical moment, Empty Realm's royal weapon blocked in front of him in time, blocking the arrow. However, Empty Realm himself was also sent flying by a powerful force. Empty Realm, who was sent flying backward, had a drastic change in expression. If he had not defended in time, he would have been killed directly by that arrow. The powerful realm force defense could not block an attack from a mere 9 realms force. This made him feel incredulous. For all realm forces, the destructive realm force was their natural nemesis. In the time it took to shoot the arrow, Dongqing had already killed all the great perfection cultivators in front of her. Next, she did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, she summoned those sovereigns. Little Sky only showed her head. An Empty Realm strangulation technique showed its power and killed several ordinary realm lords. Immediately after, the devouring sky wolf, the unicorn jade beast, and several other sovereigns appeared and began to slaughter the other realm lords. This was a completely one-sided battle. The battle ended after a few breaths. All the realm lords on the field were dead, leaving only the pale-faced Empty Realm. At this time, Zichen had already shot the 3rd arrow. Empty Realm could only desperately resist. Uft! The continuous tremors caused Empty Realm to suffer internal injuries. He could no longer hold back and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated again, and Zichen shot another arrow. Immediately after, Zichen continued to draw the bow. In addition to the dragon god arrow, energy arrows were condensed on the bowstring. One arrow after another shot towards Empty Realm. Uft! After Empty Realm blocked dozens of arrows, the powerful recoil greatly affected his speed. He did not dodge the arrow and was directly pierced between his eyebrows. Immediately after, the soul-destroying technique in the arrow was activated and directly destroyed Empty Realm's soul. One Empty Realm died. From the beginning to the end, Empty Realm could not get close to Zichen and was killed just like that. The monk's crisis was also resolved by the 2 of them and the other sovereigns. As the last Empty Realm was killed, the sovereigns began to deal with the corpses. As for Zichen and Dongqing, they were cleaning up the battlefield. It seems that your combat strength has increased quite a bit after breaking through to Realm Lord. The monk stepped forward and picked up 2 sovereign weapons. Don't you have sovereign weapons on you? Why do you need these? Zichen looked at the monk. This is wealth. Who would be stupid enough to not want it? Moreover, the reason why they are here is all because of me. They can't even take a few spoils of war. The monk quickly put away the sovereign weapons, as if he was afraid that Zichen would snatch them away. The monk's money-grubbing look made Zichen very speechless. He was too lazy to say anything more, so he asked, "What's going on? Why would the Yang family suddenly target you?" "It's all that damned Yang Luo's fault." Recalling what happened back then, the monk's face was filled with hatred and anger. That kid's father is the head of the Yang family in Yangtian City. He was very indulgent to him, so he didn't cultivate hard and focused on some evil techniques. Usually we turned a blind eye to it. Who would have thought that this guy would become more and more arrogant and actually target the sister of the two brothers? After the two brothers found out, they wanted to cause trouble for Yang Luo, but they were killed. When I found out, it was already too late. I only had time to take the corpses away. The monk recounted what happened. Obviously, this was another case of oppression by a powerful force. The Yang family, with their great status, would not admit to anything wrong, so they could only kill everyone involved. The monk became the target of their killing. As for the Miao family being killed, it was also done by the Yang family. The reason was that Yang Luo had harmed the other members of the Miao family. This was purely to frame him. After hearing what happened, Zichen and Dongqing were very angry. "This Yang family is really despicable," said Dongqing. "What can we do? We may not be able to overthrow such a big family, but they suffered heavy losses today. This is a kind of punishment. By the way, where are the heads of my two brothers?" The monk was also very helpless against the huge Yang family. Zichen took out the two heads. Zichen did not break the seal on them, because once it was broken, the remnant souls would definitely dissipate. "Brothers, the Zichen I told you about is here. This time we work together to kill an empty realm expert. More than 10 great perfection realm experts, more than 20 small perfection realm experts, and dozens of realm lords. Consider it revenge for you and Sister Duxing. You can rest in peace now." Hearing these words, Zichen felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Evidently, in front of the enormous Yang family, the three of them were simply too insignificant and helpless. Today, they killed an empty realm expert. Soon, more empty realm experts would appear. If the empty realm experts were not enough, there might be profound realm and spirit realm experts. Moreover, such a huge family would definitely have an honorable. Supremes were also venerables. They were incomparably powerful existences. It was unrealistic for the three of them to challenge such a clan. However, Zichen was unwilling to leave just like that. No one would be willing to leave just like that. After pondering for a while, the monk was still talking to the remnant soul. Zichen came closer and said, "Brothers, you are the monk's brothers, so you are also my brothers. I promise you now that this matter is not over yet. The Yang family will have to pay a heavier price for this." The monk turned to Zichen and asked, "You have a way?" Chapter 1818. In the hall of the Yang family, the atmosphere was very tense. Yang Luo knelt on the ground, looking at the shattered soul tablets, his face pale. Dead. The people he sent were all dead. Not a single one was left alive. Even Empty Realm was killed. That was Empty Realm. In the era when the mystic world and spirit world did not appear, Empty Realm was the true master, the absolute power of the Yang family. Other than that, there were more than 100 sector lords. This was a force that could wipe out a city and wipe out all life in it. But such a powerful force did not kill a monk. Instead, they were all killed by a monk. Now that he knew he was part of the Yang family, but could not represent the entire family, Yang Luo knew very well what the death of so many sector lords meant. It meant that the power of the branch that his father represented was severely damaged. How could this be? That monk is just a lesser perfection. How could he kill Empty Realm? Yang Luo felt that his thoughts were not enough. A thick chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen such a terrifying existence and never encountered such a difficult problem. As for his father, he had been silent for a long time. In Yang Luo's memory, this was the first time he saw his father silent for such a long time. Family head, the matter has been investigated. Other than the monk, he had 2 helpers. A shadow appeared in the hall and turned into a figure. 2 helpers? Is it empty realm? The middle-aged man, who was the family head of the Yang family, asked. Although there were 4 realms of sector lords at the level of the mystic world and spirit world, they would be in a state of seclusion all year round and almost never appear in the world. The strongest sector lords out there were almost all from empty realm. For example, he himself was only from empty realm. But once he stepped into the mystic world, he would pass on the position of family head and then go into seclusion for a long time. In the past, Yang Luo had been his ideal candidate. But after what had happened, he hesitated. The man paused and said, just, lesser perfection, sector lord. What? Lesser perfection, sector lord? Are you kidding me? Such an existence can kill empty realm. Without waiting for the family head to speak, Yang Luo refuted excitedly. We don't know if they are hiding their strength, but from what we can see, they are indeed lesser perfection sector lords. One of them attacked outside the city and instantly killed a group of sector lords. We suspect that he is an Emperor realm beast tamer. Emperor level beast tamer. That's right. There aren't any corpses on the battlefield, but judging from the traces of the battle, a sovereign should have made a move. Hearing this, Yang Luo clenched his teeth and said, That damned monk, he's just from the lower realms. He doesn't have any friends here, so why would a beast tamer help him? Go investigate the origins of those 2 people, the Yang family head said. Yes. Now that things had developed to this point, it was obvious that regret was useless. Moreover, the other party had made the Yang family suffer such a huge loss, so it was impossible for them to continue to resist. The biggest possibility was to run away. The Yang clan's patriarch side. Ever since he took charge of the Yang clan, the Yang clan had never suffered such a big loss. The loss of an empty realm cultivator almost made his heart bleed. Turning around to look at Yang Luo, whose face was filled with resentment, the patriarch shook his head. Yang Luo's character had long been formed, and it wasn't something that could be changed with just a few words. The loss this time was huge, but it was still within the range of the patriarch's tolerance. This was also the reason why the other elders didn't immediately come forward to question him. In fact, he knew very well that the elders couldn't wait for more people to die here, and it would be best if more empty realm cultivators died. Find them, we must find them. Issue a reward. This time's loss can't be forgotten just like that. On the same day, a new reward was issued. This time it was no longer a reward for 1 person, but 3. The rewards for weapons and emperor skills were tripled. Other than that, the reward for clues was also increased to 10 to 100. Don't go out for a few days. After glancing at Yang Luo, the patriarch turned around and left. The monk was so fierce that Yang Luo wouldn't go out even if he was beaten to death. Back then, the monk had said that he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. The next day, early in the morning, an old man angrily came to the patriarch's residence and slammed a piece of paper on the table. He said angrily, Yang Yongqing, look at what your precious son has done. Being called by his name, Yang Yongqing couldn't help but frown. He said unhappily, Great elder, pay attention to your status. What status do you think I have? You're the patriarch of the patriarch, yet you allow your good son to ruin our Yang clan's reputation. Come and see what this is. The great elder changed his usual kindness and said angrily. Yang Yongqing went forward, took the paper and looked at it. His face immediately became ugly. On it was a detailed record of Yang Luo's cultivation method, and at the same time it also recorded the crimes that Yang Luo had committed over the years. In addition to the massacre of the Miao clan, there were 5 other massacres. In addition to that, it also recorded some missing people who were also kidnapped by Yang Luo and used to cultivate cruel cultivation methods. Nonsense, it's really nonsense. This is intentional to ruin the Yang clan's reputation. Yang Yongqing looked back at the great elder and said coldly, "After seeing this kind of thing, you should quickly destroy it and then catch the person who spread the rumors and kill him to protect our Yang clan's reputation. You shouldn't have come here to shout." The great elder smiled coldly and said, "Destroy? How can I destroy it? Now the whole city is filled with this kind of thing. Almost everyone has one. Do you think I should kill everyone in the city? Besides, whether this is nonsense or not, you know best, and your precious son also knows." Although the things that Yang Yongqing had done for Yang Luo were very secretive, it was impossible to avoid the eyes and ears of these patriarchs. "What do you want?" Yang Yongqing narrowed his eyes and stared at the first elder. Light flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "Should I ask what you want?" "We don't want anything. We just want to protect the Yang clan's reputation. As for this matter, I'm just here to remind you. If it gets out of hand, when the main family comes, you have to think about how to deal with it." With that, the great elder turned and left, leaving behind a gloomy Yang Yongqing. On the same day, papers were floating all over the city. After people picked them up, they found that they recorded all of Yang Luo's deeds in detail, including the main reason for the battle and the situation of the Miao clan's destruction. The matter was written clearly and logically. The only thing missing was evidence. As for evidence, the cultivators who had lived in the city for a long time would have their own thoughts. When the Miao clan was destroyed, the Du brothers hadn't broken through to the World Lord realm yet. That monk was still in the battlefield of despair. If that's the case, it's really impossible. Of course it's impossible. The Miao clan had a world lord. How could those two be killed? Also, it's said that the Miao clan's Miao Yi is an outstanding beauty. Yang Luo does seem very evil. Maybe he really cultivated some evil path technique. Right now, in the huge Yang Sky City, almost everyone was talking about Yang Luo. However, in the midst of the discussion, many people chose to remain silent. Among these silent cultivators, many of them had women who had disappeared from their clans. However, they seemed to have disappeared into thin air without any clues. Yang clan, Yang Luo, the entire city was talking about it, and this was Zi Chen's first step of revenge. Originally, many of the world lords who were prepared to accept the mission had to consider the contents of the paper. If it was true, the Yang clan had done so much evil. If they helped, they would be helping the evildoers. Although many people had done such things before, they were all in the dark. Under such an obvious situation, they couldn't do it. While the Yang clan sent people to clarify the matter, they also increased the number of people searching. Actually, there was no need to purposely search. Ziqin and the rest didn't intend to hide. They were in the Haas mountain range. On the first day, 10 world lords who tried to approach the mountain range were killed. There were only 2 world lords from the Yang clan. The remaining 8 were all there for the reward. Among the 10 who died, there were 3 small perfection. On the second day, 8 world lords died. 2 of them were small perfection. They were all killed from a distance. They didn't even see each other's faces. On the third day, all the foreign world lords gave up on the mission. The reward was good, but it couldn't compare to their lives. Since the foreign world lords weren't willing to take action, only the Yang clan's world lords were left. As expected, on the third day, there were 2 more great perfection in the team and 1 more empty realm. Everyone began to team up and move forward. The others followed from afar. As soon as they reached the edge of the Haas mountain range, they saw arrows flashing, swords flying, and spears flashing. The world lords who were moving forward were immediately killed. This scene shocked everyone. Empty Realm was able to resist. He shouted and rushed toward the Haas mountain range. But the arrows that appeared after were very deadly. He was in a very bad shape and had to retreat immediately. Even Empty Realm had to retreat. Everyone was shocked. However, at the very next moment, something that shocked all of them happened. A young man rushed out of the Haas mountain range. He was only at lesser perfection level, yet he held a long bow and kept shooting arrows at the Empty Realm. Empty Realm was dodging in a very bad shape. While blocking, he was finally pierced through the heart by an arrow and died. Looking at the dead Empty Realm, everyone was shocked to the point of speechlessness. They then looked at the young man, who took away Empty Realm's body and his imperial weapon. In their eyes, imperial weapons were almost priceless, but the young man got 3 of them in one day. At this point, everyone understood that the monk had a helper, who was so young and so powerful. After cleaning up the battlefield, the young man turned around and said to the world lords who were watching the battle, "Go back and tell me that this is not over yet. Yang Yongqing, since you have the ability, even if your son has committed heinous crimes, don't be afraid of others knowing. You can decide whether this is true or false. If you are willing to help the tyrant, then come. Also, Yang Yongqing, as the head of the family, can't you send more Empty Realms? Sending them one by one is not satisfying." This was obviously a provocation, but the young man had the right to do so. Chapter 1819. Preposterous. How dare a mere lesser consummation act so brazenly? When Yang Yongqing heard the news, his face was full of anger. "Shadow, take some people and go there. You must bring back their heads." "Yes, sir." The shadow quietly retreated from the room. Afterward, 3 Empty Realms, 5 great consummation, 7 lesser consummation, and the shadow left the Yang clan. Several elders watched the scene quietly in the dark, and one of them was the great elder. He smirked coldly and said, "Young man, don't let us old folks down. If they don't come back, Yang Yongqing will be in trouble." Another elder smirked coldly. If those people were to die, Yang Yongqing's foundation would undoubtedly be shaken. Then they would be able to revolt together, and they might be able to shake Yang Yongqing's position as the head of the clan. The Haas Mountains had recently become a forbidden place. Many people gathered outside the mountains, but no one dared to go deep, because no one could guarantee that if they were to enter, they would not be shot in the face. The scene of the great and great consummation being shot was still fresh in everyone's mind, and the scene of Ziqin killing the Empty Realms was still fresh in everyone's mind. The Yang clan's counterattack was very sharp. The arrival of the 3 Empty Realms caused a commotion. Obviously, the Yang clan was thoroughly enraged this time. The leader of the Empty Realms was an elderly man. When he arrived outside the Haas Mountains, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountains with a cold look on his face. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to go in. The 3 of us will go in." The news had already made it clear that the monk's friends had the power to kill great consummation. If they were to enter rashly, they would only be courting death. They immediately nodded and watched the 3 Empty Realms enter the Haas Mountains. "They're coming, they're coming. There are 3 of them." In the Haas Mountains, the monk, who had been paying attention to the outside world, suddenly transmitted his voice. Ziqin and Dongqing came immediately after hearing the news. "There are 3 Empty Realms. What do you think? Can you deal with them?" The monk asked, looking very excited. "I'll take 2, you take 1. Ziqin glanced at the monk and said, "All right, let's go." The monk nodded and quickly left. Ziqin told Dongqing to be careful. Buzz. Ziqin fired an arrow from afar when he saw the 3 of them, heading straight for the Empty Realm elder, who took the lead. Sensing danger, the old man's pupils constricted. With a cold snort, he took a step forward, causing the air to tremble as he slashed out with his saber. Clang! The arrow was struck by the saber and flew into the sky, while he himself retreated backwards. Chase after him. His cultivation level is not high. "Don't pull away from him," said the old man coldly after stabilizing himself. With this attack, he had already tested out Ziqin's strength. The old man's conclusion was that this was all there was to it. Before the three of them could rush towards Ziqin, the monk shouted from another direction, "Hey, I'm here!" It was an obvious tactic to divide the enemy, but it was hard to say who was scheming against whom. At the very least, the three of them were happy to see such a one-on-one situation. They glanced at the monk and said, "One of you take on that monk." And Akasha turned around and chased after the monk. Just as the two sides were chasing after each other, a shadow entered the Has mountain range. This shadow traveled through space without causing the slightest ripple. During this period, he passed by several war beasts without causing the slightest bit of movement. As he went deeper, he saw a unicorn. It was a real emperor lying there quietly. When he passed by it, the unicorn frowned slightly and looked around, but there was nothing unusual. He passed by another sky-devouring wolf. The latter's ears twitched, but it did not discover anything. Soon after, he saw several emperors. At this point, the shadow was even more certain that there was a beast master among the monk's helpers, and a strong one at that. After moving forward for a while, he saw the beast master from afar. Her entire body was wrapped in a black robe, but it was not difficult to sense that she was a woman. She was sitting quietly on a big rock, looking up at the sky as if in a daze. However, a beastmaster's spiritual senses were very sharp, and the shadow was not confident that he could kill her silently. Moreover, once he killed her, the other emperors would definitely notice, which would be very disadvantageous for his next move. Therefore, he retreated far away and decided to cooperate with the others to kill the monk and the young man with the bow first. The retreating shadow would never have thought that his every move was being watched by a pair of gigantic eyes. That pair of eyes shone with a colorful light as they watched his every move. However, he did not sense anything out of the ordinary. The spatial emperor beast, Lil Sky, was a true space controller. Even after coming to the Jianwu continent, its sharp perception had not weakened at all. It hid in space and stared at the shadow with its big eyes, but the latter did not notice at all. Even the trace of killing intent in his eyes was keenly sensed by Lil Sky. As for Dongqing, he seemed to be in a daze, but in fact he had already received Lil Sky's voice transmission. If they did not know that the other party was not easy to deal with, the group of emperors would have already besieged them. Zichen, be careful. There's another empty realm expert who's good at hiding. This time, there's a total of 4 of them. He's heading toward you. Zichen, who heard the news, was very surprised. He did not expect the other party to send out 4 empty realms and be so careful. If they were caught off guard, they might really be in danger. But now that he knew, it was the Yang family's turn to be unlucky. Zichen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped, which startled the 2 empty realms. They stopped 200 meters away. The old man with the saber asked, "Why aren't you running any more?" "I'm resting for a while," Zichen said faintly. "Then you can rest forever." A cold light flashed in his eyes. The old man used his killing move, which showed that he was also a fierce person. Whoosh! Zichen split into 2 and suddenly ran in 2 directions. The old man's powerful attack missed. A large area of forest was instantly destroyed, and an empty area appeared. Looking at Zichen, who suddenly became 2, his expression was a little stunned. He could not tell the real one from the fake one. 1 each. The 2 Zichen did not stop. In desperation, the 2 of them could only chase after one of them. The old man was chasing after the clone of Zichen, while the real one was being chased by the other empty realm. After chasing for dozens of miles, Zichen stopped. Then a long blade appeared in his hand. The empty realm landed, holding an imperial-level sword in his hand. He looked warily at the guy who was only at lesser consummation, but he felt that he was very dangerous. "Let's fight to the death." Zichen held the blade before his chest and said coldly. The empty realm's pupils contracted, and he said indifferently, "That's what I was thinking." The 2 of them were 100 meters apart, staring at each other without moving. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Both of their attention was focused on each other. The atmosphere around them became oppressive. The battle had not yet begun, and both sides were already at daggers drawn. Both of them had yet to make a move, but if they did, it would definitely be a fight to the death. That was the first time Qin faced the empty realm at close range, so he naturally could not afford to be careless. He took a deep breath and held the hilt of the blade with his right hand. Blue veins bulged on his arm, which was a sign of strength. Demon-slaying sword. Empty realm, suddenly shouted. The sword in his hand flashed, and a sharp and powerful sword aura came at Qin's heart. Facing that sword, Qin did not draw his blade, but waited. His eyes stared at the sword aura without blinking. All of his spiritual consciousness was also on the sword aura. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura came close, about to hit Qin's heart. Boom! Light shone around Qin, and an imperial armor appeared. At that moment, Qin suddenly turned around, no longer paying attention to the sword aura, and drew the long blade in his hand. Swoosh! He left his back to the sword aura, and a bright blade light appeared, slashing at the void in front of him. That was a top-notch blade, and the power of the 9 realms surrounded the blade light. The void in front of him, which was originally empty, suddenly broke open. First, a cold light appeared, and after the cold light, a figure appeared. However, as soon as that person came out, he met the blade light head-on. His cold eyes were full of astonishment. Uft! The bright blade light flashed and hit the target almost at the same time as the sword aura. A huge force exploded from Qin's back, and its terrifying energy spread in an instant. Qin was hit by such a blow and flew straight forward, coughing up a mouthful of golden blood at the same time. That was the price Qin paid for withstanding Empty Realm's attack. With the imperial armor, it was only a minor injury. Qin, who was in front, swept past the shadow that appeared out of thin air. The powerful existence that the Yang clan had high hopes for had been cut in half by the blade light. Even before he died, his eyes were still filled with astonishment and confusion. He still could not imagine how his brilliant concealment method could be discovered. You, looking at the shadow's body on the ground, and then looking at the shining imperial armor on Qin's body. The Realm Lord was so shocked that he could not say a word. Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled ferociously at the Realm Lord. A light flashed under his feet, and his figure disappeared. Go to hell! A sense of danger came from behind, and Empty Realm's expression changed drastically. He turned around and struck out. There stood a Qin, looking at him coldly. Uft! This Qin was instantly split in two. But before Empty Realm's face showed joy, he suddenly turned around and saw a bright light in front of him. And in the light, there was a blade light surrounded by the power of the 9 realms. The blade light was bright and very strong, but what was even stronger was the power of the 9 realms. The moment he sensed the power of the realm, it seemed that the realm power in his body was trembling in fear. Uft! The bright blade light flashed past his eyes, and Empty Realm's vision went black and he lost consciousness. On this side, Qin had won the 1-on-2 battle. In another place, the monk's demon subduing pestle had also succeeded, and Empty Realm fell. Then, Qin's clone came back with the old man. Then the old man was besieged by Qin, the monk's real body, and himself, and was killed directly. Chapter 1820. Outside the Haas Mountains. Everyone was still waiting patiently. They did not hear too many energy clashes, and everyone guessed that the two sides had yet to truly meet. Furthermore, while Qin and the others seemed to have frightening combat prowess, their low level was a major flaw, and no one knew if they could take on the 3 empty realms. However, with the Yang clan around, no one dared to say much. News about Yang Luo had spread over the past few days, and many had believed what was recorded. It did not matter if they did not believe it. Being able to see such a huge clan suffer at the hands of 3 lesser perfections was still something to be happy about. Of course, there were also those who supported the Yang clan, who kept refuting the rumors while denouncing the monk as an evil monk. Those guys are dead for sure. How dare they offend the Yang clan? Death is their final destination. That's right. Only death can wash away their sins. To them, death is release for slandering the Yang clan. Those people have done all kinds of evil and killed without batting an eye. Their deaths are not to be regretted. With the Yang clan's great perfections around, the other cultivators did not dare to speak carelessly. Those who wanted to curry favor with the Yang clan were given room to do so. Those words were very pleasing to the ears of the Yang clan cultivators. Suddenly, there was a flash and a figure appeared. It was the young man who went after the empty realms with a longbow. The appearance of that person caused an uproar. At the same time, several cultivators of the Yang clan were also stunned, not understanding what happened. He must have run out after being hunted. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Look at how wretched he is. The other 2 must have been killed. Those people from before sneered. However, no matter how others looked at it, that person did not look like he was running away. They saw him smirk coldly and draw his longbow. **T. The expressions of the cultivators of the Yang clan changed drastically, and they wanted to run without saying anything. Boom! The bowstring vibrated and an arrow was shot. A great perfection cultivator was pierced between the eyebrows and fell to the ground dead. Run! The other members of the Yang clan saw that the situation was not good and turned to run. However, no one could run under such circumstances. The others were completely dumbfounded. Ziqin had come out to kill those people. What about the 3 empty realms? Were they all dead? How is this possible? Those who had tried to curry favor with the Yang family and predicted that Ziqin would die without a doubt now had disbelief in their eyes. However, the sound of bowstrings vibrating, terrified screams, and even pleas for mercy clearly entered their ears. The others clapped their hands and cheered. They couldn't wait for the entire Yang family to die. There were more than a dozen people in total, which meant that Ziqin only needed to fire a dozen arrows to end the battle. Yang Yongqing, I'll wait for you for 1 more day. If you don't come, we'll go to the 7th mainland. Ziqin shouted again and laughed into the Haas mountain range. Only his carefree laughter could be heard echoing between heaven and earth. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Just 3 lesser fulfillment ones were able to kill 3 from the empty realm. This is simply unbelievable. Looks like this time the Yang family has really provoked an existence that they shouldn't have. Such battle prowess is even stronger than that of an emperor. Everyone sighed in their hearts and was extremely shocked. The news once again spread to Yangtian City, causing an uproar in the city. At the Yang family, there was a scene of ice and fire at the same time. The elders were very proud. After being suppressed for so many years, they could finally hold their heads high for once. This time, they were determined to suppress Yang Yongqing. As for the family represented by Yang Yongqing, they were completely in a gloomy mood. When Yang Luo heard the news, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to step out of his room. Preposterous! Preposterous! Yang Yongqing was extremely angry. He never thought that a mere woman could indirectly cause such a huge loss to him. Damn it, damn it! Yang Yongqing's angry roar came from the room, as well as the sound of various jade objects shattering. It lasted for a long time. How dare you provoke the patriarch? How dare you? You're just a mere lesser fulfillment. Do you really think you're a realm lord? Damn you! You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Similar voices kept coming out from the patriarch's room. For the patriarch to lose his composure like this, it obviously meant that the loss this time was too great. Outside the room, the 5 elders were patiently waiting. However, they couldn't hide the pride on their faces. After waiting for half an hour, the 5 elders finally entered the room. At this moment, the room was already in a mess. There was nothing that was intact anymore. Yang Yongqing, look at what you've done. As soon as they entered, the great elder's angry voice rang out. It's fine that you usually indulge your son, but how could you do such a foolish thing? Look at you now. Not only did you lose so much battle prowess, the Yang family's reputation has also reached an unprecedented low. Just a few lesser fulfillment experts. How dare you not put our Yang family in your eyes and kill as you wish? In the past, when people talked about the Yang family, they admired, envied, and respected us. But now they don't dare to say it out loud. But who doesn't despise the Yang family in private? All of this is because of your precious son. As soon as the elders entered, they started to talk, not caring about Yang Yongqing's feelings at all. Moreover, their expressions seemed to be even more painful than Yang Yongqing's. What do you mean by this? Yang Yongqing raised his head and glanced at the elders. At this moment, there was a strange red light in his eyes. We don't mean anything. We just hope that you can handle this matter well. The Yang family's dignity cannot be violated, and since this matter started by you, it's only natural that you should handle it. I heard that the main family already knows about this and will send someone to check it out soon. The great elder said faintly, Main family, humph. Yang Yongqing snorted coldly. Obviously, this matter must be the doing of the 5 elders. I will naturally handle this matter. I will immediately look for my uncle who is in seclusion. This time, I will definitely kill those few guys. Yang Yongqing, that's enough. Do you think that our Yang family hasn't lost enough face this time? To deal with 3 mere lesser fulfillment experts, you actually have to look for your profound and spirit uncles? Why don't you look for the supreme old ancestor? The great elder's face was filled with anger. The face that we have lost naturally needs to be recovered. A debt of blood shall be repaid with blood. Another elder said with righteous indignation, If you can't handle this matter, we will personally send our empty world experts over to kill those 3 lesser fulfillment experts. The 3rd elder said, No one was a fool. Everyone knew very well that this was an obvious provocation. Everyone could see it clearly, but seeing it didn't mean that they could reject it. If they didn't use the mystic worlds, then the team that went this time, even if they could kill those 3 lesser fulfillment experts, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. If Yang Yongqing personally led the team, then the combat strength of his lineage would be weakened again, and he might not be able to keep his position as the head of the family. If Yang Yongqing didn't take the provocation and let the elders send their men, then the elders would definitely jointly accuse him of inaction and lose face for the Yang family. By then, he would definitely lose his position as the head of the family. There was still a chance to go forward, but there was no chance to retreat. This was not a difficult choice. Yang Yongqing said coldly, Next, I will personally lead the team. Elders, you don't have to trouble yourselves. Just wait for my good news. After saying that, Yang Yongqing began to gather the powerhouses. Although he didn't bring the mystic worlds, it was still possible to bring some empty world experts. This time, Yang Yongqing brought a total of 10 empty world experts. They were the strongest combat strength of his lineage. If all of them were to die, then the lineage would decline. In addition to the empty world experts, there were also great fulfillment and lesser fulfillment experts. They were only responsible for holding the line. This time, Yang Yongqing brought all the top combat strength of his lineage. It was completely a gamble. The 5 elders watched the group of powerhouses leave. Although they were all forces of the Yang family, they belonged to different factions. These elders said words of encouragement, but in fact they hoped that all of them would stay there, and it would be best if even the head of the family stayed in the Haas mountain range. After Yang Luo heard that his father was personally leading the team, he was greatly relieved. Since he was young, in his heart his father was omnipotent. Moreover, his father's realm had already reached the peak of the empty world. not far from the mystic worlds. When the news spread, it caused an uproar in the city. In order to deal with 3 lesser fulfillment experts, even the head of the Yang family was mobilized. For a time, many cultivators in the city rushed to the Haas mountain range. Next, there would be a battle in the mountain range that was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. The speed of news was always faster than the speed of flight. Before Yang Yongqing came with his men, Zichen had already received the news. The 3 of them stood together, and Zichen said, "This is the last battle. Everyone must be careful. Staying alive is more important." The monk and Dongqing nodded one after another. It was impossible for the 3 of them to fight against an entire family. Fighting against a branch was already their limit. This would be the last battle. Regardless of victory or defeat, the 3 of them would retreat and enter the 7th continent, heading to Ethereal City. While waiting, Zichen said, "The news is very clear. Other than the empty world, there are many greater and lesser fulfillment experts. Dongqing, I'll leave these greater and lesser fulfillment experts to you." Dongqing nodded. It was indeed very easy for her to deal with human realm masters with a group of emperors. As for the empty world masters, they were naturally left to Zi, Qin, and the monk. Outside the Haas mountain range, there was a commotion among the crowd, and cries of alarm sounded. Zichen and the monk raised their heads and looked at the panicked crowd. The crowd parted to the sides, and a group of people appeared. The leader was Yang Yongqing, and behind him were 10 empty world masters. "You brought so many people. Looks like you're afraid of death." Seeing this, Zichen sneered. When they arrived outside the mountain range, Yang Yongqing was ready to shout to confirm if Zichen and the others were still in the mountain range. However, there was no need for him to do so. In the mountain range, Zichen walked out with the divine dragon bow and then shot an arrow at Yang Yongqing. Chapter 1821. Humph! Looking at the incoming arrow, Yang Yongqing snorted coldly and pierced forward with his sword. Clang! The light of the sword flickered, and the arrow flew backward, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Zichen, who was far away, glanced at Yang Yongqing with a look of shock in his eyes, because the other party blocked the attack too easily. He is indeed a lesser completion. Let's go. At this moment, Zichen's realm was clearly exposed to Yang Yongqing's perception, and his original caution was diluted a little. A group of empty realm cultivators rushed into the Haas mountain range, and behind them, greater completion and lesser completion followed. Boom! Suddenly, another arrow came from afar. This time, the target was a great completion. The arrow tore through the air, bringing with it unimaginable power. Uft! In the face of Zichen's all-out attack, only empty realm cultivators were able to block it. A great completion without an imperial armor could not resist at all. A great completion was pierced between the eyebrows and died. The battle had not really begun, and Yang Yongqing's side had lost 1 person. Zichen also announced with this attitude that this was a battle that only empty realm cultivators could participate in. As for the realm lords, it was better not to participate. Yang Yongqing's expression became extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and said, "You all stay here." After that, Yang Yongqing led the 10 empty realm cultivators into the Haas mountain range. In the mountain range, trees were everywhere, and the branches and leaves were lush, blocking vision. Everyone released their spiritual senses and detected the tracks of Zichen's escape. After him, thus, a battle of pursuit began. The empty realm cultivators entered the mountain range, but the cultivators at the scene were very quiet. That was because the remaining cultivators of the Yang clan all exuded a powerful aura. This aura was very oppressive and suffocating. Under this aura, no one dared to even talk in a low voice. For them, this was a crucial battle. If they failed, they would have nothing. The resources and status they had in the past would be greatly reduced, and they would no longer be able to do whatever they wanted in the Yang clan. Their hopes were all gathered on the 10 empty realm cultivators and the clan leader. Normally, each and every one of them was high and mighty. However, in a battle of this level, they were unable to display any of their abilities. All of their emotions became very complicated. At this moment, they saw a person walking out of the mountain range. She was a woman whose entire body was shrouded in a black robe. Her strength was only at the lesser perfection level. As soon as the woman appeared, it caused an uproar. Then numerous exclamations sounded. Evidently, everyone had already recognized that this person was Evil Good Monk's friend. However, why was he not in the mountain range, fighting the enemy from the empty realm, and had suddenly appeared here? Amidst the exclamations, the perfect earthly sovereigns learned of the other party's identity, and their expressions turned cold and stern. Swoosh! However, before they could make the first move, the woman suddenly moved her sleeve, and a sky-devouring wolf appeared out of thin air. This was a ruler at the small perfection boundary, a true high-level life form. Its combat power was far superior to that of a human at the great perfection boundary. The appearance of the sky-devouring wolf caused an even greater commotion. However, this was just the beginning. Soon after, a jade unicorn appeared, which was also a higher life form. After that, more higher life forms appeared, and there were no less than 10 of them. So many high-level life forms were not tamed by Dongqing alone. Instead, Dongqing had borrowed them from this mountain range. After giving them some benefits, he would let them go. The reason why they were so cooperative was, of course, not without coercion. With the appearance of so many high-level life forms, the spectators in the distance were dumbfounded. The powerhouses of the Yang family were so shocked that they could not say a word. There were less than 30 of them in total. How could they deal with more than 10 small perfection boundary high-level life forms? Roar! With a furious roar, a huge wolf shadow appeared behind the sky-devouring wolf. The wolf shadow opened its bloody mouth, and a mysterious power surged out, enveloping the front. Innate ability, sky-devouring technique. From the beginning, the sky-devouring wolf used its strongest attack. Amidst the exclamations, the realm lords lost control and flew toward the wolf shadow in the sky. The horn on the jade unicorn's forehead began to shine, and a powerful aura surged. Then, divine lightning fell from the sky and landed on the realm lords. Roar! 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 The other high-level life forms also used their strongest attacks, and for a moment all kinds of miserable cries were heard. Those spectators had long since run away, afraid that they would be implicated. As for the powerhouses of the Yang family who were preparing to escape, they were all killed by Dongqing with the sword-controlling technique and the soul-extinguishing technique. This was a massacre without any suspense. With the help of many emperors, the battle ended easily. After cleaning up the battlefield, Dongqing turned and walked into the Haas mountain range. In the process of chasing after Ziqin, Tyrant jumped out at the right time and launched a series of attacks to harass the team. Yang Yongqing, who could still maintain his calm, finally waved his hand helplessly and sent 5 empty realms to surround and kill the monk. "Go, all of you, follow me." The monk smiled proudly and disappeared with the 5 empty realms. The remaining 5 empty realms, plus Yang Yongqing, went to chase Ziqin. The 2 of them fled in completely opposite directions, each with their own goal. After traveling for hundreds of miles, the monk's body flashed and 2 clones appeared. The 2 clones, one left and one right, fled in different directions again. This was the golden body of Buddhism. Even with the eye technique, it was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. The 5 realm lords were very helpless. They could only continue to separate. In groups of 3 and 2, they turned around and continued to move forward. In fact, the 2 monks could not distinguish the real from the fake. It could be said that each of them was real, but it could also be said that each of them was fake. After all, the combat strength between the 2 was basically the same. After leading the two realm lords forward for more than 10 miles, the monk stopped. Originally, he had a benevolent face, but now he had a ferocious face. After they stopped, it was time to fight. The monk was the first to erect his strongest defense and directly face the attack of the two empty realms. Boom! Boom! The powerful attacks carried by the two imperial weapons fell, and the monk's strongest defense shattered. However, the moment the defense shattered, the black saber in the monk's hand was directly sent into the chest of one of the empty realms. This was Zichen's usual life or death attack. However, the monk had a greater advantage when using it because he had an extremely strong defense that could block the full-strength attack of the two empty realms. When the weapon was sent into the empty realm's chest, a terrifying power surged. The empty realm's body completely exploded, and he died. The original 2-on-1 immediately became 1-on-1. When the other empty realm saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to call out to his companions and tell them that this was the real body. But it was too late. The monk had already held the saber and began to attack fiercely. Although this attack was not organized, under the infusion of the Buddhist realm's power, its power was increased by many times. It could completely suppress an empty realm. Moreover, an empty realm was not much stronger than a realm lord. If the monk only had 18 realms power, then the empty realm was at most 1,800 realms power. Although the difference in the number of realms power was 100 times, one had to consider the cultivation method, the purity of energy, and most importantly, the quality of the realm's power. Under the constant attack, the empty realm was quickly hacked to death by the monk's ferocious means. At this point, only 3 of the 5 empty realms besieging the monk were left. In another place, the monk used the same method to kill an empty realm. The other 2 empty realms broke the monk's defense, but were blocked by an imperial armor. They really could not do anything to the monk. With the return of the clone, the 2 monks dealt with the 2 empty realms. There was no longer any suspense in the battle here. On the other side, Zichen's clone held the divine dragon bow and kept chasing an escaping empty realm. At this moment, there were several wounds on the other party's body, as well as 2 arrow marks. His face was full of horror. Zichen's clone was full of wounds and looked very miserable. Uft! Another arrow was shot. An empty realm could no longer withstand it and was pierced between the eyebrows by the arrow. With the death of this empty realm being, Zichen's clone also shook for a while, almost dissipating. Once again gathering some power, he took the divine dragon bow and headed in the direction of Zichen's real body. On the way forward, one power after another was injected into the clone, and the clone's injuries were completely healed. Soon, it had peak combat strength. At this moment, there were only 2 empty realms and Yang Yongqing left chasing Zichen. With the arrival of the clone, another arrow was shot from a distance. This arrow was a great threat to the empty realm. The empty realm's expression suddenly changed. He could not imagine why the other party would appear here. One had to know that there were 3 empty realms chasing after him. Just as he was trying to avoid this arrow, Zichen's real body, who was fleeing in front, showed extreme speed and came to the realm lord's side in an instant, pulling out the sword from its scabbard. Swoosh! The light of the sword flashed and swept through the body of the empty realm, destroying the other party's soul. The empty realm was split in 2 and fell from the sky. After seeing this scene, the empty realm who followed Yang Yongqing was completely stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. Yang Yongqing's gloomy face was full of anger and despair. He carried the soul tablet with him, and from it he sensed that of all the people who came, only the 2 of them were left. Even if the 2 of them could return alive, the position of the head of the family would be lost. It could be said that Yang Yongqing's future was completely ruined, and the future of his lineage was completely cut off. At this moment, in addition to hatred in his heart, there was also a strong sense of regret. If he hadn't attacked the 2 brothers, Would such a thing have happened? Zichen and his clone did not continue to run. Instead, they stood in the distance. Not long after, the monk and Dongqing appeared, along with more than a dozen emperors. When the only empty realm saw the scene, he was in complete despair. Yang Yongqing's body released a powerful aura that was second only to Xian Jie's. In despair, he suddenly laughed crazily. Yang Yongqing, today is the day you die. The monk said coldly and took a step forward. Swoosh! Chapter 1822. After killing the last empty realm cultivator, only Yang Yongqing was left. Yang Yongqing was the only one left in his lineage. He had lost a total of 16 empty realm cultivators and dozens of great and great perfection cultivators. If such a powerful force was placed in the Shantian prefecture that Zichen was in, there was simply no need for any schemes and tricks to directly annihilate a prefecture. Who would have thought that a few years ago, Zichen, who could only compete with a great perfection cultivator, now had the means to destroy an empty realm cultivator? Yang Yongqing's body released a powerful aura. At this moment, he felt some regret in his heart. But in a situation where time could not be reversed, he could only kill the three in front of him and then go back to fight those old guys for the last time. Although after returning, he would definitely lose his position as the patriarch, he could still fight for the last benefit for his lineage. If he died here, there would be nothing left. He warned himself in his heart that he must go back alive, even if it was not for his clansmen, but for his son. The monk looked at Yang Yongqing and said indifferently, Yang Yongqing, you have destroyed one clan after another for Yang Luo. Have you ever regretted it? Yang Yongqing smiled ferociously and said coldly, the weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of nature. What is there to regret? The monk nodded and said, I understand. It is indeed the law of the jungle, and this time your lineage is destined to be destroyed. The monk took a step forward, holding a dragon-shaped long saber in his hand. Then the light of Buddha shone around him, and another monk appeared, holding a demon-subduing pestle in his hand. Dongqing took a step back. She would not directly participate in this battle. The emperors who surrounded Yang Yongqing also retreated. Zichen took a step forward, and a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. Then light flashed around his body, and his clone appeared, holding the emperor-level dragon spear tightly in his hand. The two clones stared at Yang Yongqing. This time was different from before. Yang Yongqing had reached the peak of the empty realm, and the realm power in the world was about to change for the first time. Yang Yongqing took out his long sword. In this battle, even he had to be careful. The battle began without warning. The first to make a move was Zichen. He did not use his ultimate move in front of Yang Yongqing because it was useless. At this moment, the speed of the pinnacle saber was far inferior to that of the pinnacle saber slash. Thus, he held his saber and slashed down in front of Yang Yongqing. Clang! The sword radiance was the first to flash, landing on Zichen's body, activating Zichen's emperor armor and emitting a resounding sound. The blade in Zichen's hand flashed as he slashed at Yang Yongqing without any fancy moves. With a single slash, the realm force defense around Yang Yongqing was torn apart like a piece of paper by the black blade. Pooh! The black blade broke through the defense and left a shallow wound on Yang Yongqing's body. Zichen retreated in a flash. In the first confrontation, Yang Yongqing suffered a superficial wound, while Zichen was unharmed. Interesting indeed. Yang Yongqing looked at the emperor armor around Zichen and smiled. His smile became more and more ferocious. The long sword in his hand trembled and stabbed at Zichen. This stab was aimed at Zichen's head. The emperor armor could protect the whole body, even the head. However, there was only a light shield around the head, and its defense was not as strong as the emperor armor itself. Moreover, this kind of thing was used to save one's life. Swoosh! Chen's real body flashed and disappeared directly. At the same time, on the other side, his clone held the dragon spear and swept it at Yang Yongqing. A hurricane rolled up, and a black dragon seemed to appear between heaven and earth out of thin air, carrying with it a terrifying power. Puff! The sharp sword radiance directly pierced through the dragon's head. The black dragon disappeared into thin air, and Yang Yongqing rushed out of it. The realm force around him surged, turning into powerful waves that scattered in all directions. Ma, ma, ma. On the other side, Monk directly used the 3 notes. The strange waves began to spread, and there was a hint of emotion in Yang Yongqing's eyes. Swoosh! Monk's figure flashed, and the demon, subduing pestle in his hand, shone with a dazzling Buddhist light. He directly smashed at Yang Yongqing's head. Clang! The sword radiance flashed and blocked in front of Yang Yongqing, knocking the demon, subduing pestle away. Then the sword radiance flashed again, and Monk came with the sword. On both sides, Ziqin and his clone held their emperor weapons, either stabbing or slashing forward. Traces were cut in the space, and all kinds of direct and sharp attacks fell. In Yang Yongqing's hand, the long sword drew a perfect circle, and in this circle, all the attacks were blocked outside. Ziqin and Monk were forced to retreat one after another. Go to hell! Just as the 2 of them were about to lose their balance, Yang Yongqing charged at Ziqin with his sword in hand. The sharp sword Qi went straight for Ziqin's glabella. In the distance, Dongqing saw this scene and immediately controlled the light sword to go towards Yang Yongqing. This was arranged by Ziqin before, and Dongqing was responsible for holding the line to prevent any sudden changes. Although Yang Yongqing was powerful, he definitely did not dare to let Dongqing attack him without any preparation. The soul destruction technique could still destroy his soul. Yang Yongqing blocked and retreated. After Ziqin stabilized himself, he attacked again. On the other side, Monk cooperated with him. For a time, all kinds of energy resounded between heaven and earth. The 2 of them and their clones turned into streaks of light and appeared around Yang Yongqing. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides exchanged hundreds of blows, but did not cause any substantial damage to the other side. On the contrary, Yang Yongqing sneered at the 2 of them and said, "What? Don't you have any other tricks?" Ziqin and Monk looked at each other, knowing that with this kind of attack, they would never be able to do anything to each other. The 2 of them nodded almost at the same time. Then, the realm power of the small perfection surrounded him, and Ziqin rushed towards Yang Yongqing. As the head of the Yang family, the latter naturally had many powerful tricks. What Ziqin could do now was to take the initiative to attack and not let the other party use these tricks. He rushed forward, holding up a light shield around his body. The imperial armor was pushed to the limit, and he slashed at Yang Yongqing. In terms of attack speed, Ziqin was slower than Yang Yongqing, and the sword light came first. Poof! The sword light directly pierced through Ziqin's realm power defense, and also penetrated the defensive light shield activated by Ziqin's imperial armor, and also stabbed at Ziqin's glabella. This sword was very fast, but after breaking through 2 defenses, its speed was greatly reduced, and Ziqin's attack came first. The destructive realm power surrounded the blade and swept towards Yang Yongqing's neck. After the latter sensed the danger of death, he decisively retreated. Swoosh! The blade light swept across the neck, leaving a scratch on Yang Yongqing's neck, and a red that appeared between Ziqin's glabella, with blood flowing out of the red. As soon as Yang Yongqing retreated, Monk slashed at him. This slash only pursued power without any intention of attack or defense, leaving Monk wide open. However, Yang Yongqing did not have the guts to fight Monk with his life. He began to retreat, avoiding Monk's slash. Ziqin flashed again and attacked without any regard for his life. Speaking of which, This was the kind of battle Zichen was good at. Poof! The blade light swept past, and Yang Yongqing's arm was almost cut off. On Zichen's imperial armor, there was a scratch, and its luster became very dim. Break! Zichen shouted and rushed forward, and the sharp blade light slashed again. His face was cold, and he did not say a word. His eyes were extremely cold. He slashed down, and the blade light flashed. Poof! An arm flew high into the air. It was Yang Yongqing's. He roared and retreated, his eyes full of disbelief. Zichen's slash contained the destructive realm power. At this moment, this realm power was surrounding the wound, preventing the energy from recovering. The price Zichen paid was an imperial armor. There was a sword mark on his imperial armor. The sword mark completely penetrated the imperial armor, causing it to be completely destroyed. On the other side, Monk's demon, subduing Pestle, took the opportunity to pierce through Yang Yongqing's chest. However, Monk was also sent flying by a strong force. He did not complete the killing blow, and he was also severely injured. In the distance, Dongqing and the other high-level life forms attacked when the two were in danger, and at the same time they used their strongest supernatural powers. This battle was very difficult. Zichen and Monk were both seriously injured. As the royal armor shattered, the number of wounds on Zichen's body gradually increased, and one of them almost split his body into two. Monk's chest was completely penetrated. Fortunately, Dongqing's sword-controlling technique saved him, or else Monk would have died. As the head of the Yang family, Yang Yongqing was very powerful and terrifying. Roar! Angry roars rang out from the forest as huge beast shadows appeared one after another. Each of them represented a kind of innate divine ability. The power of various supernatural powers acted on Yang Yongqing's body. Zichen and Monk paid a huge price, and Yang Yongqing was also seriously injured. At this moment, whether it was his speed or combat power, they were greatly weakened. Facing the power of various supernatural powers, he was also exhausted. In the distance, Zichen's clone pulled the divine dragon bow to its limit and shot an arrow forward. In front of Zichen, a long spear floated and turned into a light shadow rushing forward. Dongqing also used the sword-controlling technique to the extreme. The light sword turned into a misty light and rushed toward Yang Yongqing. This was the final battle. The three of them joined forces with the high-level life forms. Puff! The divine dragon arrow pierced through Yang Yongqing's heart. Swoosh! The light shadow spear pierced through Yang Yongqing's forehead. Then, the light sword pierced through his forehead. At the same time, all kinds of energy fell on his body. Yang Yongqing's body first trembled, and then it was torn apart. A powerful expert, second only to Xian Jie, was torn apart by so many forces. At the end of the battle, Zichen and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had consumed so much energy that it was beyond imagination. However, time did not allow Zichen and the others to stop here. They quickly left the scene. Of course, they still had to take away Yang Yongqing's imperial weapon. While moving forward, the group of emperors looked at the two seriously injured people with shock in their eyes. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have dared to imagine that two perfection stage cultivators could kill an existence at the peak of the empty realm. Although the final ultimate kill was the result of everyone's efforts, the premise was that the other party was seriously injured. Let's go! The seriously injured Zichen led everyone straight into the depths of the Haas mountain range. Chapter 1823. In the depths of the Haas mountain range, Zichen and the others advanced. Keep going, we're not there yet. During this time, there was a higher life form leading the way. It was a demonic blood shadow leopard that Zichen had unintentionally discovered. It had come from the depths of the mountain range, and Zichen's original plan was to follow the demonic blood shadow leopard into the depths of the mountain range instead of going to the seventh continent. After traveling for 2 full days, they arrived at the area where the other party was. Zichen and the others began to heal their wounds. Next, they would stay here for a long time. The world was filled with an oppressive aura, which was so oppressive that it was suffocating. According to the higher life form, it was a powerhouse in a deep sleep, trying to break through to the supremacy level. During this time, Zichen also learned from Tyrant that among the realm lords, the empty realm was considered the strongest. As for the mystic realm and the spirit realm, almost all of them were cultivating in seclusion. After the spirit realm was the supremacy level. This was the difference between a higher life form and a supreme beast. After a higher life form awakened, it would only be a realm lord, and it would still need to cultivate and chance to step into the supremacy level. But once a supreme beast awakened, it would be a supremacy, commonly known as a supremacy. This time, Zichen decided to break through to a higher realm. Although he did not dare to say that he would break through to the mystic realm, he would at least break through to the empty realm. During this time, Zichen needed to go through a great circle, 81 strands of realm force. For someone like him who had a lot of pure realm force, this was not a difficult task. Just as Zichen and the others found a good place to settle down, the entire Yangtian city fell into an uproar because of the annihilation of Yang Yongqing's army. There were so many powerhouses, but not a single one returned alive. One must know that there were 10 empty realm powerhouses and 1 Yang Yongqing, who was at the peak of the empty realm. This battle, while causing an uproar in the city, also caused quite a stir in the Yang family. For the 5 elders, this was a joyous occasion. Originally, they still needed to fight among themselves, but now they could skip it. So, with a sorrowful heart, they notified the main family. In the process of informing the main family, there were also many families in Central Sky City that came out to seek justice for those who had gone missing on the surface and been killed in secret. For a time, the entire Central Sky City was abuzz with news about Yang Luo. In the past, they didn't dare to talk about it, but with the death of the Yang family's patriarch, not only was the whole city talking about it, some old matters were brought up. If one were to trace all of this back to the source, it would be Yang Yongqing and Yang Luo. All of a sudden, Yang Yongqing and Yang Luo became the target of scorn. Yang Yongqing was already dead, and while everyone was clapping and cheering, they also vented all their anger on Yang Luo, threatening to seek justice. As for Yang Luo himself, after Yang Yongqing's death, he had been in a half-house arrest and half-prison state. As for what was happening in the outside world, it was of course related to the several elders. As elders for many years, they knew how to incite the crowd's anger. As long as they handed over Yang Luo, they would be able to resolve this matter and greatly improve the Yang family's reputation, as well as their prestige. 3 days later, the Yang family's main family sent a representative, Xian Jia. The death of the patriarch was obviously a big matter, so the 5 elders received Xian Jia. What the hell is going on? Xian Jia's face was filled with anger when he saw the 5 elders. As soon as he entered the city, he heard about the Yang family. The current Yang family's reputation could be said to have fallen to the bottom. This was the Yang family's main family, the place where the Yang family started, so it was very important. Reporting to Master, this matter is all because of the patriarch. Next, the great elder spoke, and the other 4 elders added, saying some things that Yang Yongqing had done for Yang Luo in private. The process was much clearer than what was being spread outside. Outrageous! Outrageous! A dignified patriarch abandoned the family's reputation for his son's selfish desires. Xian Jia was very angry when he heard this. Damn it, even if he didn't die, this time I will kill him myself. You know it. Why didn't you report it? Master, we wanted to report it, but we didn't dare. Before we reported it, the news would have been stopped halfway. The 5 elders complained incessantly. His bloodline is not allowed to participate in the family's affairs in the future. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Xianjie said, the 5 elders were secretly happy that they had achieved their goal. Yang Yongqing's bloodline was completely finished, unless a supreme appeared in the future. But how could a supreme appear so easily? How can we save the Yang family's reputation? Xianjie asked. Master, this matter seems very troublesome, but it's actually very simple to solve. The great elder stepped forward and said, Oh, let's hear it. The Yang family's reputation has been greatly damaged this time because of Yang Yongqing and his son. Now that Yang Yongqing is dead, as long as we hand over Yang Luo, the anger of the whole city will be quelled. Of course, if we want the Yang family's reputation to rise again, then what? We need to expel this bloodline from the Yang family. Xianjie frowned slightly. The great elder continued, Master, you may not know, but killing Yang Luo will only quell the anger, but not our Yang family's attitude. However, if we expel this bloodline, then the outside world will definitely think that we are selfless and do not protect any of our family members. Of course, we can't really expel them. As long as there are talented juniors in this bloodline, they can still be brought back to the Yang family and nurtured by the Yang family. This move seemed to be for the sake of the Yang family and could also increase the Yang family's reputation. But in fact, one could see the great elder's sinister intentions. Obviously, after expelling this bloodline would no longer be a threat. Even if there were talented disciples, once they were brought back to the Yang family under the influence of many resources, after they grew up, they might not be willing to admit that they were once part of the Yang family. Under the influence of benefits, anything could happen. This is not bad. Xianjie nodded. At this point, Yang Yongqing's bloodline had completely declined. The dead Yang Yongqing would never have thought that just killing a woman and killing 2 of his realm lord guests would indirectly lead to the permanent decline of his bloodline. As for his son, not only was he unable to save him, he was also killed in front of all the cultivators in the city. The matter of the Yang family's reputation was thus settled. Next, it was time to discuss the matter of the monk and the others. The Yang family had suffered such a great loss, and even their bloodline had been expelled. How could they let the monk and the others go? They have gone to the 7th mainland. I suggest that we immediately send experts to search for them. Of course, not those from the empty world, but those who are in seclusion. Only by killing them can we tell the world that the Yang family's dignity is not to be violated. The great elder said again. For this matter, he had completely used Zichen and the others, but after achieving his goal, his first suggestion was to kill Zichen and the others and send them out of the Xianjie. Obviously, if Zichen and the others stepped on the path to the 7th mainland, they would definitely be killed. The great elder called out those who were in seclusion. When they heard what Yang Yongqing had done, they were all moved, ashamed, and angry. After witnessing the great elder become the new family head, they stepped on the path to find Zichen and the others, and were determined to kill them. Meanwhile, the great elder brought Yang Luo to the towering city wall. Let me go. My father is the family head, the Yang family head. If anyone dares to touch me, I will destroy their entire family. On the city wall, Yang Luo, whose head was covered by a black cloth, struggled and shouted loudly. Almost all the cultivators in the city had come to watch, and many of them had resentful looks in their eyes. If anyone dares to touch me, I will destroy their family. Yang Luo was still shouting loudly, just like how you destroyed the Miao family. An indifferent voice sounded. That's right, let's see who dares to touch me. Yang Luo suddenly became very unyielding. Suddenly, the black cloth covering his head was removed, and the great elder appeared in front of him. Yang Luo's face flashed with joy, and he immediately said, Great elder, quickly let me go. The great elder, who was usually kind, had a cold expression on his face at this moment. He said to Yang Luo, Yang Luo, this time no one can save you. What? Where's my father? Tell him to come here. You old bastard, you want to take advantage of the time when my father is busy killing the evil monk to deal with me? You really are ruthless. Are you not afraid that my father will come back and exterminate your entire clan? The great elder shook his head and said, It seems that Yang Yongqing has spoiled you too much. You always say that you will destroy people. How dare you? My father is the family head. You can call him by his name. You are the one who is impudent. The one standing in front of you is the current family head. Another cold voice sounded. It was the former second elder, who is now the great elder. Family head. Yang Luo was stunned, and then he was dumbfounded. He only remembered the scene when his father brought people out to kill the evil monk. He didn't know what happened after that. And now that the great elder had become the new family head, what about his father? The family head said indifferently, Yang Yongqing is dead. What? Impossible. Yang Luo opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Then he saw the black mass of people below, and then he saw the situation he was in. His expression changed greatly, and he asked, What are you all doing? We are seeking justice for those people who died mysteriously in Yangtian City. The family head said, Kill him! Kill him! Kill Yang Luo! Kill him! Kill him! Below, shouts and shouts sounded out one after another. Many people were staring at Yang Luo with hatred in their eyes. Yang Luo's face was ashen. At this moment, he truly felt that death was approaching. No, he shouted in despair. I am a member of the Yang family. My name is Yang Luo. I am a member of the Yang family. Save me, save me. From today onwards, your bloodline is no longer a member of the Yang family. You will be expelled. Yang Luo, because of your selfishness, your entire bloodline will be expelled because of you. Those cold words landed on Yang Luo's heart, and they were like heavy hammers that smashed into his heart. His mind was blank, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Kill. Chapter 1824. Because of Yang Luo, the clan he belonged to had declined and had no chance of rising again. Yang Luo was beheaded on the city wall, and the clan he represented was expelled. This was the Yang clan's explanation to the other forces in Sky City. However, this time, the Yang clan had suffered heavy losses. More than a dozen people from the Empty Realm had died, including the head of the clan. They had indirectly lost a branch, and no one had given the Yang clan an explanation. In just 5 days, a total of 7 people from the Mystic Realm came out of seclusion, left the Yang clan, and entered the Haas mountain range. They went straight in the direction of the 7th mainland, and their target was Ziqin and the other 2. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. No matter who was right or wrong in this matter, the Yang clan, who had suffered heavy losses, had to kill Ziqin and the other 2. At this moment, the 3 of them did not enter the 7th mainland, but went deep into the Haas mountain range. In a few days, Ziqin and the monk's injuries had completely recovered. Sai, our combat strength is still too weak. The monk could not help but sigh after recovering from his injuries. In a small place, they were definitely the real pinnacle of existence, but in a clan like the Yang clan, their combat strength was really not enough. This time, it seemed to have dealt a great blow to the Yang clan, but the other party's losses were limited to a branch of the clan and did not hurt them at all. But next, they would have to face the Yang clan's anger and revenge. Cultivate first, and try to reach the great perfection as soon as possible, Ziqin said. 81 strands of realm force would allow one to reach the great perfection. After the great perfection was the empty realm. In the middle, other cultivators would experience a bottleneck, but Ziqin did not have such a bottleneck. As long as he reached 81 strands of realm force, the moment he entered the great perfection, Ziqin would be able to reach the empty realm, and his combat strength would increase by dozens of times. Once in the empty realm, even if he encountered existences from the mystic realm, Zichen would have the power to fight. Moreover, he learned from the monk that the mystic realm and the spirit realm rarely went out, so it was obviously safer to travel in the empty realm. Zichen's domain world was filled with almost infinite realm force. So next, he collected as much as he wanted, and then increased his own realm force. As he focused on his cultivation, the growth rate of his realm force also increased by a lot. First, it was 10, then 11, then 12, and it continued to grow. In the past, if he didn't deliberately cultivate, he would be able to increase his world force by 1.5 a year. But now, if he deliberately cultivated, in addition to the endless supply of world force, Zichen could increase his world force by 2 in a month. His speed was much faster than that of Dongqing and Tyrant. Zichen's perfect essence, Qi and Spirit series was once again perfectly witnessed. This pervert, after Tyrant sensed the speed of Zichen's realm powers increase, he curled his lips and appeared to be quite jealous. In fact, his speed was not slow, but compared to Zichen, there was still a gap. Compared to the two of them, Dongqing's cultivation speed was clearly much slower. However, as a beastmaster, Dongqing's cultivation speed was different from others. This time, Dongqing left the team and led the unicorn and the blood shadow panther into the depths of the world. Dongqing's goal was to find a tiger that had reached the empty realm. She was going to use the blood shadow panther to persuade the tiger to help her break through. No one knew how the discussion between the two sides went, but in short, Dongqing did not return, nor did he send out any danger signals. Those mystic realm cultivators were still moving in the Haas mountain range, constantly releasing their spiritual senses. Looking for someone in such a huge mountain range was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was very difficult. Everywhere they passed, the mystic realm cultivators also released a powerful aura, asking those battle beasts if they had seen any traces of the three. Along the way, no one found any trace of the three. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and the 7 mystic realm cultivators found nothing. They must still be hiding in the mountain range. With such a big thing happening, as long as they aren't idiots, they will guess that we will come for them. Hiding in the mountain range is the safest way. That's right. After hiding for a while, when the wind dies down, they may appear. After a discussion, the 7 of them decided to let 4 of them go to the border of the 7th mainland. No matter what, the 3 of them must go to the 7th mainland. The 4 of them waited at the border, and at the same time they arranged many spies. As for the other 3, they entered the Haas mountain range to continue their search. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. According to the calculation of 2 realm powers per month, Zichen had already cultivated 48 realm powers, plus the previous 9, which made it 57. There were only 24 realm powers left before the breakthrough. In just 1 year, Zichen would be able to reach the Realm Lord Great Perfection, and then enter the empty realm, saving tens of thousands of years of long cultivation time. On this day, the Blood Shadow Panther suddenly came and told Zichen that a mystic realm cultivator had recently appeared in this area and was asking for information about them. It must be someone from the Yang family. I didn't expect them to still not give up. How about this? You go inform Dongqing and tell her to be careful. We'll hide first. After a pause, Zichen said again, No, we'd better go deeper. If he hid, the mystic realm cultivator would definitely make a move on the Blood Shadow Panther, and he might even kill it in anger. Thus, under the lead of the Blood Shadow Panther, Zichen and the monk began to go deeper. After 2 days, the 2 of them saw Dongqing. With the help of the mountain-shaking tiger, her strength had increased a lot, and she was not far from the empty realm. If we go deeper, I don't believe that humans will dare to come. There was a powerful existence in the depths, trying to break through to the supreme realm. After a discussion, the 3 of them decided to go, and the mountain-shaking tiger followed along. When they were 10 miles away from the place where the powerful existence was in seclusion, the three of them stopped, found a relatively hidden valley, and went into seclusion again to cultivate. This time, the three of them were in their own realm lord worlds, and did not step into the outside world. Zi-Chen's realm powers were increasing at an extremely fast rate. As for the mystic realm cultivator in the outside world, he was also searching for clues about Zi-Chen and the other two, and gradually made some progress. The aura of the powerful existence in the depths was so sensitive that the mystic realm cultivator was unwilling to go deeper. Time passed quickly, and the mystic realm cultivator had already investigated the area around the powerful aura, but he did not find any trace of the three of them. Next, he would either leave this area or hide his aura and continue to go deeper. He could vaguely guess that the three of them might be hiding here, so he decided to take a deeper look. During the process of hiding, he saw many emperors, and a few of them were the same as described. At this point, he was even more certain that the people he was looking for were here. With just a few lesser perfection realm cultivators, a mystic realm cultivator was enough to deal with them. So the other party did not send out a distress signal and continued to move forward. Soon he arrived at the valley where Zi-Chen and the other two were, but he did not find any trace of the three of them. At this moment, the three of them were cultivating in the world. His gaze quickly swept across the place, and just as the mystic realm was about to leave, he suddenly discovered an abnormality in the spatial fluctuation somewhere. Soon, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he understood that it was a cultivator's world, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a cold smile. Obviously, he had found them. Zi-Chen, who was cultivating in the world, was surrounded by more and more realm powers and finally reached a limit. With the appearance of 81 realm powers, they automatically surrounded his body, forming a large cycle. At this moment, Zi-Chen's battle strength had also increased tremendously. With the addition of 81 realm powers, he had reached the Great Perfection Realm. This was the refinement of the body by the realm powers. Next, the realm powers condensed the world and began to change the power of heaven and earth in the world. This realm was called the Empty Realm. Under normal circumstances, after a realm lord reached the Great Perfection Realm, he would need to slowly familiarize himself with this realm, and then wait for the world to absorb the realm powers on its own to become the Empty Realm. This time was not fixed. Some might take decades, some hundreds of years, even thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. This was a bottleneck, but for Zi-Chen, such a bottleneck did not exist. With the addition of the realm powers, after reaching the Great Perfection Realm, Zi-Chen's mind moved, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth in the perfect world began to absorb the power of heaven and earth on its own. With the formation of the first realm powers in the world, Zi-Chen's realm also broke through from the Great Perfection Realm to the Empty Realm. With an additional realm power out of nowhere, it did not increase Zi-Chen's strength by much. However, this was Zi-Chen's first step into the Empty Realm, and his face was still filled with joy. With the first step, a storm appeared out of nowhere in Zi-Chen's world. This storm almost completely covered the entire world. In this storm, there was a strong suction force, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth in the entire world was absorbed by the storm, and then fed back to the realm powers. 1, 2, 10, and in an instant, the realm powers in Zi-Chen's world exceeded 100. Moreover, the speed was still increasing rapidly. 200, 300, 500, 800, 1,000. A total of 1,000 realm powers, 1,000 times more than when he was a realm lord, because there was almost an endless amount of pure realm powers in the body to absorb. The growth speed of the 1,000 realm powers was just the beginning. Soon, in Zi-Chen's world, there was a second 1,000 realm powers, then a third, a fifth, and finally broke through to 10,000. Zi-Chen did not know how much realm powers there would be in his world after it was completely changed by the realm powers. In short, the realm powers had exceeded 100,000, but it still did not fill the entire world. During this period, the pure realm powers that Zi-Chan absorbed from the depths of the battlefield of despair were also constantly being consumed. At this moment, Zi-Chan realized that the realm powers he absorbed back then were too little. If the realm powers could be supplied endlessly, Zi-Chan had great confidence that he could break through the empty realm in one go and reach the mystic world. Unfortunately, he had consumed a lot of realm powers along the way. Although there was still a lot of realm powers in the entire world, it could not fill the entire world. The transformation of the power of heaven and earth into realm powers was a long process. After 100,000 realm powers appeared in his body, Zi-Chan gave up control, and the next step was for the entire world to change on its own. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.